Drop. I want it, I want it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. Cold. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. I want it. Drop. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it. Ice cold. Cold. Ice cold. I want it. I want it.
Ele é duelista?
Sim. Ai, você mandou bem!
O meu player, ele já ganhou algum internacional? Tipo, VCT Americas não é internacional. Tipo, nem Pacífico.
Não, ele é duelista. Eu esqueci todo duelista agora. O nome dele começa com C? Tipo assim?
Não. Eu sei, não.
Não?
O meu player já ganhou um VCT Americas?
Não. Ele é bem fracassado.
Que isso, cara? Vai, segue.
Ele joga por um time de NA, tipo Estados Unidos?
Aham.
Tá.
Sim. O meu player joga em algum time brasileiro?
Joga.
Org brasileiro?
Sim, joga.
Tá.
Que difícil agora. Time de NA, o que tem? G2, energia.
G2, energia,
Cloud9.
Relatives, Cloud9. Bastante, cara.
O cara é baixinho?
Acho que não. Ele joga na Loud?
Joga.
Ah, eles não colocaram você aqui em mim não, né, cara?
Eu já pensei em um. Não é baixinho. Joga pra um time de NA. E é duelista. TG sim.
Não.
Não?
Ah, cara, eu sei que é você.
Como assim?
É você.
Não.
Quem você chamou de fracassado? É eu mesmo? Não é possível que eu seja fracassado.
Ele já ganhou algum internacional?
Já. Nossa, você já sabe quem é. Eu não posso. Eu tenho que acertar agora. Cara, você chamou de fracassado, cara. Eles não colocariam eu mesmo aqui, né? Eles não colocariam eu mesmo aqui. Sério. Chamou de fracassado. Tá, eu vou eliminar aqui. Ah, só que tem chance de ganhar. O meu jogador já estreou no VCT Americas?
Sim.
Eu, Dark.
Mano, eu não sei. Mano, qual duelista que tem?
Não vou falar.
Que já
cara.
ganhou?
Não vou falar, cara.
Tem Mada, Joguemo.
Não vou falar.
Isso aí.
Só os dois.
Joguemo.
Não, joguei. Agora eu tenho uma chance. Eu, Dark. É eu?
Sim.
Não sei.
Você.
É, senhor.
Você ganhou.
Cara, era o Mada.
Era o Mada?
Era. Ah, era eu, cara. Não tô acreditando.
Meu Deus. Obrigado, galera, por assistir o nosso conteúdo.
Obrigadão, viu, galera? Ganhei muito fácil.
Oh, thank you.
Take me all the way, don't
Sheesh. Yeah. Oh. Oh.
This stream contains fast-flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
VCT Americas. One more is all it takes.
Hello gamers, welcome back to Stage 2 of VCT Americas. We're coming to you live from a very relaxed spot in the Riot Games arena. I'm Mimi here, very close to your screens today, but I'm on the couch with Emily and Ender today to go through these games. How you doing today, Hatman?
Well, I'm not relaxed, okay?
No?
I'll tell you that, because we've got intense Valorant waiting for us in just moments.
Wow. And it's so intense.
Moments.
Because
So
of the
intense.
standings right now. If we take a peek at those, Emily, we've gotten through about half of our games this week so far. And taking a look at the standings, is there any outliers on that board that you weren't maybe expecting?
Not really, but I'm really happy seeing 100 Thieves and Lev find early success and not really have a little bit of a fall off after winning some big internationals. I feel like that's kind of new to us to see.
Maybe the outlier is that it's just kind of going how you'd expect.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Crew 0-2, we're expecting that? I feel like that's a rough start for a team that's usually pretty hot in the groups.
It was a pretty grim start for them, for sure. The second match especially. Still time to turn around, because of course all our teams are heading to play-ins, but we mentioned your hat. It's time for some more hats. Do you want maybe
More
two
hats?
on your head? We got a little game. It's called Hats Off. It's a simple one. We're going to get the name of a player on our head. We have to guess it without using their roles, their teammates' names, their names, anything like that. And we got 2.5 minutes to go. Christy, you're up first.
Okay.
Emily, give them a little hint here.
Oh my gosh.
Help, please.
Help. Enthusiastic. Yeah.
Zelsis?
Not Zelsis.
No.
Oxy.
Young man.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dang,
nice.
you guys got that fast.
Okay. I was on the right team. That's good. Okay, how about...
Like, he does this. Very, very famously, he
Sato?
does that. You're going to
No,
break
come
that.
on, Emily.
There's one guy
Are
who
you joking?
did this.
I'm on the
very
table.
famously at Champs LA when he
Oh
won
my
the
god.
tournament.
Someone on EG, Demon 1?
Yes.
Someone...
I am so shocked that table did not just break. There was property damage abound. All right, we have 2 minutes left. Who am I?
I don't know references.
I see you lurking in a vision.
Tom?
No. Not flanking,
Les?
lurking. No. Similar agents though, I would say.
Similar agents
I would
to
say
Les.
rookie player from last year.
He's the most hyped one on their roster right now.
The
Yeah.
most hyped one on their roster
Yeah.
who plays Cortesia?
Yes! Beautiful.
All right.
Okay. Keep it coming.
Oh.
Mentor. He has 4 children.
Wait.
Four children from South America who are very successful. They're doing great things.
Yeah.
He's royal.
One of the only that
King?
can shoot back.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes.
okay, nice.
Once they can shoot back.
Whoa, not on that roster. That roster's great.
Who do you have?
It's
Oh.
like Wonder
It's a
Woman.
bird, it's a plane, it's...
Superman?
Great
That's
work.
what I'm
Wow,
talking
that
about.
was amazing.
Bro, come on, dab me up, bro. Come on,
Baby
man.
back?
Yeah.
You guys are so good at this. It's insane.
That was pretty successful, all things considered.
I love that
Wow.
that worked for you.
I'm still shocked that the lack is alive after what you
Yeah.
tried to do to it, but testament to the table. Let's move on, though, to our first match of the day and talk about Bro's team. That's Baby Bay and G2. Last week, we saw them lose their first map to 100 Thieves. This was the first time in 2 years that they fell to this squad. So after an 0-2 exit at London, after this game, Christy, is this the time to raise the alarm bells for G2?
Me personally, no. Let's take a breather. It's going to be okay. 100 Thieves are looking incredibly hot right now, and this was still a very close series in those last couple of games. I think for G2, they're still in a bit of a finding themselves phase right now, trying to figure out where people are actually supposed to slot into the roles on this path.
See, but that's my big problem. In an interview last week, their coach said that they're kind of reverting back to what was pre-Santiago, going for that kind of, Baby Bay on that main duelist role. I don't like how long it's taken them to figure that change out, and that's what they're sticking with, when originally it didn't look that great.
Well, do you think that's the right direction for this team? Is that what we want to see, continuing with the Baby Bay primary duelist?
I feel like it's tough to say because I think Jog does an excellent job at that, and I think Baby Bay does shine on more of those Sentinel roles.
I will say that Baby Bay took a while to actually slot into the Sentinel role before he heated up to have his like stage 1 very solid performance, and I think he could, with some time, do better on the Duelist.
Well, let's give him time, and he's got good teammates around him to set him up for success. One of them is Valen. We had to check in with the IGL ahead of the match today.
I am here with Valen ahead of the game today. I wanted to touch on just last week's game. 100 Thieves played a great match. So I want to know, kind of from G2 side, how much do you feel like you guys almost beat yourself up during that match, if that was the case?
Honestly, not too much, I would say.
Okay.
This is like one of the first times where I could just say that I think we lost. Where we've been trying to rebuild like some of our ideas and comps and stuff, so it's a work in progress. So we expected like some games are gonna be tough, you know.
And you guys win a lot. It's hard to kind of figure out what you're even doing wrong when you're winning. And you talked about complacency, not complacency, but like that catching up to you, not being able to fix things. How do you kind of cancel out that complacency catching up to you, or kind of everybody figuring out how G2's winning and keep success on the horizon?
I think it's just hard work, you know, every week, every day, you gotta see what you're up against. You know, you're in a losing form, it motivates you to work harder and come up with new ideas, keep it fresh. I think that's something that we've been notorious for, actually. Like any meta, any switch up we're good at, and honestly, you're gonna see more switch ups today. So I think it's gonna show why, you know, this week was hard working and it's gonna pay off.
Love that. G2's always showing something. Can't wait. Good luck.
So if Valen's willing to kind of write that off as a loss as they're in this transitional period, if you're both willing to give it time for the Baby Bay Neon experiment to come to fruition, what then are we waiting for? Is it about how the team plays around him? Is it Baby Bay's individual performance on this role? What still needs to happen for these new roles to keep G2 at a trophy-winning level?
Well, honestly, I think I would like to see them change how they played a little bit, especially when I think to the Breeze map with Baby Bay. They kept on the defense side, I think, struggling when he was left sort of islanded on his own, holding like a forward angle. And I think in the round looks where on the defense side he was working more with Jogamo and fighting together around the KO flashes, there was a lot more success. Because I think on the attack side, he looked a lot stronger. It was defense where G2 were looking a little lost.
Yeah, I gotta say though, that was just a common trend for their Breeze, losing a lot of those ones, losing a lot to the 100 Thieves lurker on Cryo, and it just kind of fell apart from there. But when I'm looking at these two players and how they each contribute to their team when they're on that Neon, you have Baby Bay that had a little bit of a harder time picking up those movement-heavy agents. He knew that from the start. He admitted it in interviews, and whereas Jogmo, he's already so good at them, and I feel like it's kind of a hard and late swap to have.
I think there's no doubt that Jogamo is fantastic on the Neon. I think for G2, it's a bigger picture thing, because G2 would love to play on the patch at the start of the year where they can play solo Yoru on every map, where Jogamo is in charge of entering and also doing the flashing.
Sure.
But I think with this team, because of where the roles actually lie, and them wanting to get Leaf back into lurk options, instead of having Leaf play like a Phoenix secondary, these types of things, they want Leaf on the Viper on as many maps as you possibly can. And I think in that absence of who's going to play flashes, right, we still want Trent playing Scout Initiator. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Baby Bay or is it going to be Jogamo? And I think that is where the comfort comes. Put Jogamo on the flashes, and Baby Bay needs time to work on that Neon.
And it's also,
fast.
you want him opping whenever you can, so that'll require some maps where you flex him over, and that's where it kind of gets a little weird.
Yeah, I gotta say though, I really don't like the switch up on versus like how they look when Jogmo's on that Duelist. He is oftentimes kind of just being sent in, especially on those hack house, kind of isolated on an island. Whereas with Baby Bay, when he's on that Neon, he has so much more support, which is why I think it looks a lot better on attack. I think if they took that same mindset and same thing that they had when Jogmo was on that main Duelist and kind of apply that to Baby Bay, it could look a lot better.
So you want to see them try and apply some of those ideas from when they're going one half, get that over with Baby Bay, but still giving it some time. We can talk all day about the changes and that comfort, but let's hear a little bit from the man actually having to make that switch up. Here's Baby Bay.
It's a very hard role being primary duelist. I know that from past experience.
And especially tough for me. I feel like I've bounced around a lot this year. First I joined in, you know, it was kind of like this Viper-ish role, Viper Chamber mainly, I feel like. And then it kind of progressed to, okay, like, it's double duelist meta, you know, pre-Santiago in that kickoff. I just had to pick up the Waylay and like ISO and stuff like that, Yoru as well. Then we did a whole flip again to me on Vise, I think I became one of the best Vises in the world. I'm just going to say it straight up. I was so confident on that agent. But unfortunately, Vise isn't viable on every single map. I think we kind of learned that. But the cool thing is I have a lot of these agents under my belt now. And now I'm back on, main duelist, which is something that I was doing on FaZe. So it's been quite some time. So like, it is kind of like riding a bike, but Neon's a lot different than what it was back then. So I'm still kind of like learning like the slide and shoot stuff. Because before it was complete RNG. There wasn't like a skill to it, but there is a skill to this one, you know. So learning that micro for that agent and kind of being that spearhead in that entry is something that I'm relearning a little bit. And I think there's glimpses where I show like, okay, like he can do this stuff, you know. But still got a little ways to go before, you know, getting it up to par for playoffs and even champs.
Well, Cloud9 also suffered a loss in Week 1, and that was to a Sentinels without their IGL. They made some big changes coming into the second stage, picking up 2 new players, swapping things around with Vic coming back into the roster as well. So my question is, they played 2 close maps. They get absolutely blown out on Summit last week. How are we rating this current team's form compared to the end of Stage 1 for C9, Emily?
I mean, I like the players that they picked up. I think they are good fits. I just think that the way that they started off on Summit was not a good look for them. First, them picking into that map with a lot of unknowns, them being so passive and not really allowing the players to do what they do best. Why did you pick up Fireball Ops? Because he's an insane anchor, he has insane mechanics, and the same thing for Jack. He can be more of that battle initiator, which we saw all year long in Tier 2.
Yeah, and honestly for C9, I don't want to like overreact too much off this one game, even if John T wasn't on the other side. They lost brutally on a brand new map in Summit. I think Fireball Up still had some good moments, even when he picked up the Phoenix. That surprised me a bit because he was a chamber, like, Sentinel merchant a little bit.
I think it was his best role in that match, so he looked so good on Phoenix.
On the match, for sure. But I think for me, I still don't want to jump to necessarily too many conclusions for Cloud9 because I think Imi is the type of coach that is always trying to put his players on the agents where they feel most comfortable and find success from there as opposed to like going for necessarily the absolute most optimal comp.
Yeah, it's always been that way. They've been the team who like will play Sky, will play other one-off things throughout.
For sure.
To me, the biggest issue with that match was just the Summit where I felt like the theory was rough, especially those post plans where they're just sitting on site getting ran over. But one of the big talking points, Emily, was around the double duelist and how well Cloud9 was playing with that. I know you wanted to talk through some rounds.
Yeah, I really just want to look at some openers here to see the players as a whole, like their reactions going into it, the util being used, or I guess not being used, specifically in that first map. So when we take a look at Summit, we're at round 10. We're going for like a full kind of A push, right? Let's see what the first move was. We get Harbor smoked off and we dog through, okay? It instantly gets broken by one of the players here. Now, if we look at the utility that C9 has to kind of play with, you know, option A, we have the nade suck to kind of clear a lot of that space. Option B, we have that eye to get a little bit more info. Or option C, you know, we can kind of just double swing together or swing as a team and fight. Which option do you guys think that they did? Pick any of them. Yeah, that's option D. They actually did none of the above, okay? And if we look what happens, they just kind of, the dog gets broken, no util follow-up, we just peek through one by one and just get mowed down by Cortezia. And now looking at a different opener on Haven, when they were running that double duels comp, they had a little bit more utility to kind of play with. It looked great. We're gonna see the Omen kind of TP across, and what they're gonna do is they're setting up in this kind of like triangle setup. So as soon as Omen makes contact here, yeah, there we go. We're gonna be flashing and swinging off and getting that trade and just taking space. And it looks so good. We're so quick with it, and it worked out in their favor. Even in this second kill here, we have Fireball Ops just jumping through like a maniac. But the thing is, their team is there to follow. And at first, when I saw all of this happening, I was like, oh, maybe it's just because, you know, on that double duels comp, you have a little bit of extra utility to play with. But if you look back at Summit, they had a good amount of utility to back off to, or to bounce off of as well. So in my head, it's a mentality thing. When they're running that double duelist, they're playing a lot more aggressive, they're taking space, not sitting back as much, and their reactions are a lot quicker. They have more confidence. And that's something I want to see being carried into the matches today, right off the bat.
In those more aggressive rounds as well, one of the guys who was really channeling that was Vic, who was fantastic for Cloud9 last year, but took that step away after Stage 1, only to very swiftly return. We had a chance to catch up with him and talk a little bit about that step away and his choice to return to Cloud9.
Yeah, I think I me taking my break early in stage 1, I was really burnt out. I wasn't really happy with everything. Maybe I was a little homesick. Maybe I wasn't happy in the game, but it was a lot of everything. And I took my little break, and I played in Tier 2 for a little bit just for fun. I think during that time, after the guys reached out to me again and asked if I was still interested in playing, I think the break did make me put everything in perspective where I do want to win at the end of the day, and it is a hard job where you're kind of doing a lot of the same stuff every day. It's very taxing, but you do it for the love of the game, and you kind of do it for that reward where you do win something. And I do feel for the guys for Oxy and Zelsis because I do cherish them a lot. So when they asked me, I felt like I should, and I'm here now, and I hope you guys can support me and everything that happened. Hope you guys can look past that.
I really appreciate getting to hear that from him because it's not super often talked about how important it is to actually be in the right mentality to be able to play and deliver your best, especially when the pace of these seasons is so quick. But now that he's had that break, it looks like Vic has not missed a beat for Cloud9. He was just as good as last stage coming back here in his first game.
Yeah, you know, we've done the classic minus Vic plus Vic, C9, another roster move, all according to plan. I think that one of the things that you always are getting with Vic is I just think he's the most consistent player on Cloud9 for his entire tenure on this team. He is such a rock for the squad. I think especially defensively, Lotus is a map that he has always looked fantastic on, and this was really his star performance in that last series.
Yeah, and I think the big thing that makes him kind of stand out from the rest for me right now for Cloud9 is that he's never complacent. He's never like so locked in or tunnel visioned into his strat where he kind of like loses his own play style. If you just watch the way that he takes fights, he's always so confident. He always has the perfect swings, and I think that's something that kind of get clouded by the rest of the players.
Yeah, I've always just been impressed with his raw mechanics. I think he has some of the best like individual precision in his aim out of controller players. It's really impressive to watch. But for more on this match, let's send it back over to Rivington and check in with Imi, the coach of Cloud9.
I am here with Imi ahead of their match today. A question just kind of revolving around finding success in games. Do you find it's something that's slightly changing each time that you're chasing, or is there actually a problem that's residing that you guys are having trouble resolving?
It's always in the past it's been the same problem, but here it seems like different problems, especially with the 2 new kids. It's just getting everyone up to speed and getting used to things.
Is there kind of a plan to unfold for that to happen over the next few games, or are you looking a little bit more in the future?
I would say it's going to be more in the future that it'll be definitely solved. It's just going game by game, getting our base and making sure the kids are up to speed.
All right, Imi, thanks. Good luck out there.
That is the luxury you have of being guaranteed to go to those play-ins as one of these teams that might have lower expectations of making a top 2 seed. But let's take a look at the talent predictions. I'm thinking about this one as a pretty favored game for G2.
Yeah.
So is
and
everyone else,
Mimi. You all agree with me.
What a
so
hot take.
Give me the sell. Why is Cloud9 so unfavored in this match? What's it going to take for them to get an upset today?
They're just playing against G2, and I'm the ultimate G2 believer. I don't care if G2 go winless in London. I don't care if they lose week 1 versus 100 Thieves. I still believe.
G2.
Yeah, and I mean, for me, like I said, I want to see C9 coming in with confidence from the start and not autopiloting, which is what we saw on Summit. It felt like they were getting too in their heads about game plan. They're not taking space. They're sitting in very uncomfortable situations. And I think, you know, they might have a shot if they do start being more aggressive, taking fights. You know, they have good players. They have the aim to do it. It's just a matter of actually going and doing it.
Mimi, you ask why G2? Mm-hmm. I want to ask something of you. Actually,
please.
You know the answer to this. Do you know how many maps C9 have ever beaten GT in VCT?
GT?
GT?
G2.
How many?
G2.
Like
2 maps.
Oh.
How many times have they played?
7.
The record is 14-2 in maps. They've won
So
one
that's why I
BO3
predicted
if you
G2.
cumulatively add the maps together.
Yeah.
Not the best record of all time. So let's talk about this from the G2 perspective really quickly. If you're looking at their game last week, what are the points you want to see improved to get a clean win here?
Not taking as many solo fights if they're unnecessary, actually playing your man advantages. I'm just thinking about that Breeze map and, you know, having a little bit more of a backup plan, not overreacting and kind of just giving lives away.
Yeah, defense was their weakness, and
Yeah.
like I said before, I think setting up Baby Bay to not just be on isolated angles when he's on the duelist, fight together with Jogamo, give up some space on the map to have an aggressive fight somewhere else.
Well, a favored game today for G2. Maybe trying to reset that clock, though, if you're looking at Cloud9. Uber Wyatt standing by for the game after this.
When we play Cloud9, it's always a funny game. Sometimes it's too close for comfort, and I'm sure after seeing us lose to 100 Thieves for the first time, they're like, oh, 100 Thieves can do it, we can do it. We're gonna come in much better. We're gonna have a little bit more practice under our belts.
Let's go.
I'm excited to play against Fireball Ops. I know he's been grinding the game for a very, very long time in Tier 2.
Come on!
I'm very happy he got his shot, and he looks pretty good. Like, honestly, like he looks like he does belong. I always like playing Emmy, always like playing Jordan.
Nice, boys. Let's go. Let's go.
I know that they have a lot of pressure on them in terms of like their fandom. The thing is, we do too. It's gonna be a blast.
Baby Bay's not wrong to identify that both of these teams have a fair bit of pressure on their shoulders, not just because of the fandom, but because of qualification scenarios. But it's G2 sitting with a ton of Champions points already. They just need a reasonable showing and, frankly, a bounce back from a bit of a slump, whereas Cloud9, I mean, Emmy said in the interview, they're already looking forward to the future. What future are we talking about? Why, are we talking about play-in? Are we talking about next year, for God's sake?
Yeah, there obviously is an opportunity for play-ins. Even if they perform poorly through this stage, take it as a learning experience, they, and any other team, will have the opportunity to go on a run to make champions. G2, though, they don't even need to go on a run like that. They can win a game like this against C9, rack up some more wins during this first part of the stage, and that can just give them enough champs points to go through. They're sitting in second place right now. They're feeling pretty comfortable. Their accomplishments so far in the year have gotten them there. So, even though they're existing in this current context, where I think the team are going through two of the most challenging months, if not the most challenging months of their career so far in the VCT.
We're going to start with Breezy. This is Cloud9's pick. This is a map that we saw G2 on in that 100 Thieves game, and they took a really different tack, right? It was Baby Bay playing the solo duelist Neon. We had Jaw pick up the KO, for example. Cloud, I feel like, and they said it on their podcast, that their map pool might actually line up quite well here with G2. But I mean, G2 can select the map. They won it last week against 100 Thieves. That Sunset was a decent showing from them. And we're kind of here to find out whether, you know, it was a promising sign they lost 100 Thieves. I know this sounds insane to say just because of the form 100 tier in, or if it's just like a quality loss in an otherwise, you know, slumping era for G2. Today, we get our answer.
Obviously of note here, taking a look at the Breeze comps, G2 are mixing it up. Still not in the direction of the Harbor, though. And you can't help but go back to the beginning of Stage 1, where G2 fully indexed into the Harbor, believing it would be an S-tier meta agent, playing it on tons of maps. But the map where it has stood the test of time and looks the best, Breeze, they have also gone away from it there to just have a more traditional double controller Astra Viper. But yeah, now it's about Jaw on this Neon, and crucially, maybe an indicator of where G2 want to take their comps overall is putting Baby Bay on the chamber here, so he can have that individual expression going for timings, plays he feels comfortable making, and also, crucially, opping a lot. That is one of his best traits as a player.
It's time for Match Start, brought to you by Samsung OLED. And it looks like G2 is stripping everything back to the bare bones. Go to the most basic form of this comp on Breeze. Try and put their players in the most comfortable spots to see them succeed.
This is a G2 team that have had a tumultuous couple months trying to get back on the horse, and a Cloud9 who have been unable to beat them in the past and are trying to prove that they've got what it takes with this new roster, that they can put this new talent in a position to perform.
This B-side's not going to be easy to break into with the Viper and the Chamber at large for much of this defense side. Anoxy, he's found that out the hard way. High Tide, at least, sets up this approach on towards the A side, and it always seems to be Valen lying in wait on A. What's the rush here for G2? Stay tucked and wait for this now. Flash off the recon. That's going to be cleared though, and Valen is tucked comfortably in that corner. Trent can play off him with consummate ease, and Zelsas is barely hanging on in terms of health points. 45 seconds, but Cloud9 have been brought to a screeching halt. A 0 point off reset gets some degree of information, but at this point, G2 are happy to stand and fight.
Look at the HP on Zelsas. Surely there's just no way it would have to be an ace as well.
2 HP ace would be absurd. Valen is one shot, of course, but BabyBay's a different issue altogether. And he'll be taking the round with the Headhunter. And Cloud9, they just to piss around, of course. They sent Oxy to the, the opposite side of the map there, but they certainly slow down big time midway through that A hit.
This is some really quality anchoring that we're going to see from Valen in the replay. This is a map that stands out to me in my mind as one of his better ones, especially on the Astra. I'm still getting flashbacks to kick off their dominant 3-0 qualifying match to get to Santiago, where he dropped 65 kills, 35 deaths, his best performance of the year, and Breeze was a standout map in that series. Valen absolutely knows what he's doing here. Makes that Astra feel like a duelist.
G2 have tried so many looks this year. One of the teams that seemed the most ready to change up even the bare bones. 0 point here. Leaf playing inside. But already can see Cloud9 are crawling over the side. Obviously, it's very dim. They're going to play a second flood off this flash, and it's BabyBay tucked here back in this corner with the Outlaw.
Spike planted.
Look at this positioning from Cloud9. They are all just forced into backside. Pretty tough position to play out from easy for BabyBay. That's lovely.
Oh, okay, bro. No scope required. Now this one is squarely sitting in his hands.
Yeah,
Jaw slides on in.
There's just no way. I mean, C9, they'll be happy enough to get the plant down, but they can't get any positioning, can't deal with BabyBay, can't move forward on the site. All stuck back there. They're cooked, and you know it the entire time. But yeah, we were talking about, this has been my feel on G2 in this current moment. I think a lot of their struggles have come from having a bit of an identity crisis. They don't know where to put the personnel on this team in terms of the roles.
Let's go! Good
They've tried so much different stuff this year. But what we're seeing right now does feel like they're trying to lean into some comfort, but in a little bit of a different way, at least in that we haven't seen them pick up the chamber on this map before, right? So it is something new, but when you're just looking at it on paper, it does make sense.
I feel like it's the kind of comp where you just want your players to be able to focus on, just on the game.
And look, BabyBay, he has absolutely been at his best this year when he's on Sentinel. His Vice was fantastic, and when he's on Chamber, able to use the scoped weapons, he's been finding a lot of impact on the game. We saw that last week. The map that they took off 100 Thieves, Sunset, it was about Jaw and Neon and BabyBay playing Chamber, able to get a ton of crucial kills with the AWP, and he was picking up really nice attack lurk timings as well, catching off rotators.
Jorgamo's been sort of given this moniker of someone who really steps up at internationals and then domestically just sort of takes a back seat sometimes. He actually had a stunning series, though, against 100 Thieves. 11-3, first kill, first death in a loss. 6-0 on Sunset. He doesn't always have to step up, but when he does.
Here comes that early null command. Zelsas with a hell of a lot of kills already. Cloud9 want to get into this B site, stalled out for a moment. Deal with Valen.
Oh, he sat. Ready for this close contact. Again, had the kind of weapon that was more appropriate for now. The Spectre is trying to find more than one, but Trent is brought down after Vic is removed. Oxy wants to make his way forward, but BabyBay's tapped up very low. That Outlaw hasn't found any purchase as of yet, but it's Leaf chiming in with that Phantom. Mid-control here for G2, and they can slow roll this into an encirclement.
Oxy would love to remove BabyBay from the server, but he can't. He's playing it very patiently.
It's going to be frustrating. Oxy as well, tapped up himself, and here comes Leaf, looking for another one. A very quiet week last week. Now it's going to be on Jack to go 1v2, and BabyBay, bro, he didn't even have to leave archers. He took damage and then just stayed there. The threat of his activation was more important than his gun in the game.
Brutal round loss for C9, man. It was looking good. No command early because Zelsis got a number of kills on a pistol round, for instance. They get that nice sight execute off, deal with the 2 anchors, man advantage 4-on-3. But it's Leaf just in that nice little position, up top nest, Crosshair plays well, gets the free one onto Zelsis, they even it up. The Cloud9 get picked apart one by one. Oxy was saying in the Cloud9 podcast that the hardest thing about playing against G2 is that even if they feel like they might be readable in a situation, they're still so tough to beat because the micro on the team is on another level.
Yeah, the way he put it was they always do the right things in the right moment, even if it might be obvious. Valon here, very much in the same spot as we saw on the pistol. Cloud9 obviously coming to this round with very little to work with. The G2 know it. In fact, that's the very thing they're here to exploit.
Anchoring looking rock solid. Like even there's a moment where Trent's like able to push up close. 2 rounds back to back, we've seen him kind of like circumvent the smokes at the choke nicely to find a kill in both rounds.
Yeah, this little shove is obviously pretty risky, but it sets up the rest of G2 to end the round there and then. Get that little corner on the A side, either Valon or Leaf just sitting there getting free kills.
C9 kind of struggling a little bit maybe to find a home in their map pool. Having picked Breeze this week. Maybe hoping to see G2 continue to run the comp with the KO where they were finding less success, but they have to deal with a different look. Oxy pinged up in a little bit of trouble, but that Cove is going to keep him safe.
Go, go, go.
Not a great opener there for Fireball Ops. Valon just able to take that close A main position and dig him out. With no Viper to work with now, these side hits get immeasurably more difficult. They still have the Harbor. They got some degree of mid-control, but that's about to be challenged. You see Valon on his way back towards top mid.
Look at Zelsis right now. He's worked his way through Nest, but G2 are aware this is a possibility. Valon is on watch, but that is a nice little flick shot. At least so far, Zelsis is shooting, looking good individually.
Babybay's also giving up his position. He'll hear the Jet encroaching now. He's going to have to try and make it work with the Headhunter, but he's found a decent timing here. Also, look at Jaw, trying to flip the map. This is quite nice from G2, but Babybay's caught. Vic's able to double back on the right timing, and there is Oxy getting his first frag of the game.
Trent gets one back, 2-on-3. C9 not out of the woods. They weren't able to close out the man advantage post plant earlier in this half, and it's gotten them in this 0-4 situation. This is must win.
Vic is tickled by that molly in the end. You got Leaf alive. I feel like it's doable. Trent tried to stay alive for as long as he could, and he's done enough to put Trent in Leaf rather in a good position to clutch the round out. The fact is, Cloud9 had no idea where he'd be coming from, and he lines them up.
Crushing blow from Leaf. Both of the important rounds for G2 so far, winning out that bonus, winning this gun round. He has had monster moments. The 4K into that 3K. Leaf, when he's on Viper, is just at his best. It's just his agent.
It's pretty devastating.
Oh my God, Nate! Oh my God.
There's been quite a few rounds like this, so it's like, oh my God, how have we won this? G2 finally maybe cashing in on some of the good luck that they banked after last week's series. And yeah, it's going to be a Cloud9 timeout here. Fireball Ops gets taken down in spawn. There's a push off of A main. It just feels like something pretty fundamental that was overlooked by Cloud9 at the start of that round. Left them without their Viper and had them milling around mid for a heck of a long time.
They were still able to find a nice opening. Like Zelsis working up into Nest, and then they pivot back to A. They're able to deal with the anchors there. They catch them a little bit isolated. It was all looking so good, but they have to be able to close out these rounds. It's a 4v3 loss, a 3v2 loss. They've been getting themselves in winnable situations.
I mean, this feels a little bit like the Sentinels game for Cloud9 last week, where they sort of make it pretty interesting, get pretty close there towards the end of the series, and they just can't finish the game. His last couple of clutches though on them have been pretty devastating. It's back-breaking stuff, sure, another buy here. It's only half armor though for all of them.
Let's get this done. Discussion out of this timeout is going to be how to deal with G2's ults. 4 of them on the board. Pop flash to get Oxy deep in a main. Are they going to continue to accelerate? They would love to. Oh, that's so sick from Jaw. Comboed with the Hunter's Fury. They've got their advantage. G2 could just play to a retake now if they really want.
No, we're kind of defaulting back into Cloud9, setting up into Woods mid, but I want to see them accelerate off this position. Baby can't quite get anything done, and yes, C9 have closed the gap dramatically here onto B.
Look, he is in some trouble. Can he get his? No. Fireball Ops catches him out. I like this position from Leaf, though. He's pushed all the way through main, gets that free kill, and now C9 are surrounded in the post plant. They can't even get the spike down with the orb dropping. Need to get the smoke.
You are divided.
Fireball Ops starting to question where G2 are actually setting up here, unbeknownst to them. Big stack of it was that B main direction. It's just trained here with some of the key Sova util that'll come down just as his hit does. Leaf was felled there over towards the B main side, and Trent is just playing slowly here. Fireball Ops is dealt with now. Zelsa's about to take contact, and a 1-for-1 is the best that he can hope for. Down inside that null command, and Vic just gets demolished. G2 happy to slow roll these rounds. Another successful retake after, again, losing that player early.
Jaw with the jump down Vandal spray is kind of crazy. But G2 really maneuver the map so well there. Again, it's a big moment from Leaf, who off the info he's gathering from the comms, knows that he can push into B main, take all of that space for free, and then they're happy because of that to just allow C9 to get that plant on B. The retake can come in from all angles.
What the? I'm playing KZ. I'm sorry. I don't know what's going on over there, Nate.
And then, I mean, he even is able to catch off that one late rotator to get the advantage. Like, Leaf has really been in control of this game.
And this time from Cloud9, it's that early A presence. And they're starting to cycle into a couple of ultimates that could be pretty crucial to carve out a space to work in here on A. Here's that Reckoning coming in from that mid-direction, though, maybe a little unexpected for G2. Oxy's already trying to get wide and get some double door control from that spot. It's Valen down early. Okay, Joel went for a fight, but he was extremely low before. The fact that Trent is here to make this round predictable.
And Leaf, even coming through the doors, is able to catch Oxy. It was looking so good for C9. Just keep it simple. Execute into this site with the big ultimates. G2 trying to anchor. They get overrun, and yet they still are able to wrangle this round back. HP for Jack is so low. 1-for-1. Is that going to be enough? Vic returning to the team. 1 versus 2 situation to get C9 on the board. It's just not going to happen, man.
The switch to the Headhunter is always quick, to be fair, but that's another dead stop for C9 halfway through an A-side hit.
G2 are just looking composed right now, even in the rounds where they're going down players, when they're at a disadvantage. Someone is stepping up. Trent is looking really good right now. All of the fights we've seen him take, the little movement adjustments, he's just so in control of the situations that he finds himself in. Trent this year has just been phenomenal. One of the best players of 2026 globally.
Feels like his worst day is still something that many teams would dream of having in like an info gathering initiator role. Yeah, he's been phenomenal. Joy gets pinged up pretty early. It's Oxy ahead of the rest of the pack. This is looking reminiscent to the pistol round, albeit flipped. There's Baby up on the line. Free kill with the op, and Oxy's Blade Storm doesn't do a damn thing.
Dre just happy to mix it up with the positioning. I said this, you know, as we were just going over the agent select, but I'm interested to see if over the past week, this chamber is a direction that G2 want to take the team in. Because previously they were running it on Haven. That was about it in the pool. You know, back when Bind was in the pool earlier, they loved running the chamber there. Baby's attack opping was pivotal on that map, and that was arguably the best map in their pool. He looked great on the Vice. So I think there's just more than enough evidence to support that, okay, we really want to keep Baby Bay on Sentinel, right?
Yep. You see C9 give him a wide berth as they try and get here into the site. Fireball Ops heavily chunked down by that Snakebite. It's still actually able to find a kill off this. Again, it's just Sheriffs. Baby Bay's going to see a shoulder protruding, and it's going to be another pretty decisive G2 round. I mean, you blink and we're 8-0. And these haven't exactly been fast rounds, but it feels like Cloud9 have really had nothing to say in this game of significance.
The G2 have just been able to manage all of the situations without a disadvantage, as winning out the 4v5s. And then in a round like this, I mean, look, it's just an anti-eco. They're in full control the whole time. Leaf is really on point. Trent is playing great. Baby Bay's finding op kills at the right time. We've seen moments from everyone.
And it shows. That scoreboard's looking like a pretty all-in experience for G2. Cloud9 have it op in Oxy's hands. Can they put something a little more elegant together this round? First kills are all well and good, but they have not been able to land the plane in any of these significant encounters.
Drone to see if they can locate Baby Bay, post Oxy up on an angle.
Let's listen in. Cloud9 trying to hit this A side through mid.
Can you orb up and we walk mid?
Yeah, orb up.
And you guys can, we're gonna work mid, you guys can keep
No,
working.
no, Astra dead.
2, 1.
I'm gonna come back to B. We killed one. I killed Astra.
Just wait,
It's fine, it's fine. I'm waiting.
Want to just insert yourself
They're gonna leave this op A, guys.
Yeah, the op is
B. Yeah, stay B main, stay B main.
I'm holding double door, right, Jordan?
Yeah, we're gonna look to pump, and Jack just
He saw me.
in.
He saw me leave B. Or yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. This is good. This is good.
Are you holding
I'm gonna.
No. All right, we're gonna look to pump A, and we're gonna go back to B. Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna come towards B.
Viper.
I want it. And
Door. Two. Who was B? It was Viper Sova.
Yeah, Viper Sova.
You wall up?
Yeah, I'm coming to you, Vic.
Can you orb up?
Or 2 guys.
No.
One B. He was half wall or backside, guys.
I'm holding mid.
Find you mid.
I'm coming back.
30 seconds left.
Yeah, we have to get bomb.
They're 1-1.
Yeah, can you put your orb up? Yeah, orb.
Yeah, orbing. They might both be fighting you guys mid.
Mid or something. Can you orb up?
Orb up.
Yeah,
orbing now.
Orb's not up for long.
Could be Nez, could be tunnel, or elbow, I mean.
Here, I have ult. If we can get side, I'm in small.
Elbow, guys.
Elbow.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining. 10 seconds left.
Close.
Nice! Hey, let's go, boys! Let's go.
Hard-fought round win for Cloud9, but you can see how much it meant to them. They left a gap. That double door position for Jaw could have unraveled, and that was a spike.
I feel like that was pretty illuminating to what's been happening in this half so far, because again, they are finding openings, but things are, it kind of felt like getting a little bit too chaotic in terms of the communication in the mid-rounds. Like a lot being thrown out there, right?
Yeah.
And
does that have to be a bad thing, though?
They are getting the moments. Like Oxy gets that kill. Fireball got a really nice lurk kill to reopen that B site. They just gotta get on the same page there in the mid-round and be able to close things out as a team.
It does feel like Zelsis, though, has got a pretty defined direction he wants these rounds to go in. Winning the duels, though, is another story entirely. Double door presence now for C9. They're shoving Zelsis through pretty aggressively.
Three players from G2 on this site.
Calm before the storm here at A. Below the minute mark, and Cloud9 are still probing for opportunities. They've got this inserted double door. They certainly lean on that, and Zelsis picks his timing pretty well, but it's the A-main contingent that are struggling, and that might be putting it lightly. Valen finds his second. Jaw waits for Zelsis just to serve himself up, and Cloud9 are back to the doldrums, frankly.
Yeah, they walk into that site that's pretty heavily stacked by G2. Three players ready to anchor. They apply some good pressure out main that gets Zelsis in. Initially, he finds the one kill backside, but wow, that's pretty
This
brutal
positioning
as well.
for Valen.
Vandal spam.
It's been him or Jaw
But yeah,
in a spot like this all half.
It was both of them able to fight up pretty close there. Yeah, Valen is swinging from the left. Jaw comes in a little bit later to fight towards bricks.
Okay, that's both your timeouts now blown here on this attack side for C9. They've got 2 more opportunities to score on this half. Now, they might have a Hunter's Fury that they're really hoping to be able to employ effectively. But outside of that, the good news has been in short supply for this C9 team. It's a rough half. Getting full reset on your loss bonus as well means that, yeah, you can cobble something together, but I imagine this is just as much for round 12 planning as it is for finding a way through this murky situation.
Yeah, you'll see when we get out of this timeout, the ult situation for C9, I think a win in this round, if, you know, they can't win the round with, wow, they're really trying to force into this, put something together, just force into this, force into the last. Maybe they can work towards another null command from Zelsys, try to stack up some ults to at least get 2 on the board before this is over.
Man. This is Cloud9's map pick. I just want to point that out. This is a team that felt like they might have a pretty favorable map pool overlap with G2. I think that's probably just based on what we saw from G2's Breeze last week, but they've just gone back to something that we haven't seen from them necessarily, but feels familiar. It puts all of their players in comfort roles.
Baby Bear just playing off this mid-trip with the operator, watching through tunnel.
Doubling back into elbow here for C9 means they don't really do much with the fact that they've taken mid. That trip did get activated. There's the dash across, and Baby Bay's quickly got to get out. Oxy's on the move, though. Baby Bay's got the stopping power to put C9's Firebrand 6 feet under immediately.
Fireball's trying to take a timing to get out of the main, catch someone, but it's not going to work out. Leaf is ready. Baby Bay weak goes down to that Guardian. Can C9 try to wrangle this back? 2 players, they are divided. Solo efforts completely right now. Vic at least catches the 1.
Georges disrespects this position, runs straight up into it and wins the fight. Jack is very low, out in the open.
Has to recover that spike, has to deal with so many different angles, and Valen late coming through arches cleans him up with ease. G2 responds to that B split just with absolute ease. The play from Baby Bay there is crazy. Being able to dodge out on the Hunter's Fury, still connect that shot to remove Oxy from the field. And then in the meantime, Trent is just giving him support with the ult of his own, going through tunnels. He catches 1. It's really insane.
Last week showed that both these teams could compete.
Perfect, Nate. Good shit. Yeah.
They could take maps, right? This week is about showing that either of these teams matter. Who is going to matter at the end of this stage 2? And it's looking like G2 have a renewed claim for dominance in this region.
How aggro does Baby Bay take this? Does he try to catch a timing out of there? No, definitely not. He is going to relax as Leaf just mollies him out of the coast.
Interesting. It's a decent way to get your teammate to do what you want them to. Just a mild coercion between friends.
That force in the last round does have C9 in an awkward spot with the money. It's a pretty weak buy. Oxy challenging this 1v1.
It's awkward though.
And Trent is just
chilling,
toying with him right now.
Oh, Jaw as well. There might be a chance to put together a double face on this, and Oxy doesn't want to overextend. Oh god. The net's closing. It's taken Oxy far too long to make anything happen in this position, and nobody of the rest of C9 has done a thing to help him. In fairness, he was kind of the decoy, I guess. Like a show-yo hit after time 5. He's going to have to try and work this B side now, rather than the rest of C9. And Baby Bay is being very slippery. Into the pit, spotted early by Fireball Ops though. And he's given over the op.
Can C9 get a second one on the board? They're trying to get the spike down. Time is getting really low. Jack is denied from being able to get that plant again.
Still
now
trying.
has to stick. Such low HP, susceptible to potential spam, but no, he's going to be safe.
Conflict Divide here though thrown down. Zelsys has fallen on the side, and this is looking pretty deflating. Fireball Ops flattened by 1 health Jaw. As he comes out of that Viper's pit to give G2 their checks notes in surprise 11th round of this first half. How you feeling?
What can you even say? Bro, G2, everyone has had individual moments. The Baby Bay op has just been ruling over that side of the map, and he has the least kills of anyone on G2, yet you still felt his impact throughout that entire half.
Yeah, being really hard to catch. He kind of honestly plays pretty aggressive into the pit solo at the end of this round. But immediately the rest of his team slips in.
You go back to those first crucial rounds, first gun round, first bonus round. Leaf has given you a 4K, a 3K. G2 are winning the man disadvantage situations. They're in excellent form right now.
G2 11-1, a dominant first half here on Breeze. The map choice of C9. Let's see what our second half has for us, or if it'll be a quick run back to the showers for map 1.
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup. And wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm... With amazing seats.
I'm sorry.
Okay. And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham, a Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
Yeah, I was able to grab Trent for a moment. A quick question for you. A lot of wins for G2 regionally. What's the goal this year? Is regional going to be enough again?
Definitely not. I mean, we're always striving to win an international. Obviously, there's this stuff going around that we can't win it, so that's our goal. But we have little goals that we've set for ourselves to try and get us to that point, so hopefully we can achieve those first.
All right, can't wait to see it.
Thank you.
Both of these teams walk into week 2 of stage 2 with question marks over their heads. G2, yeah, they lose to 100 Thieves, but they're the most newly minted international champion on the block. It's almost an acceptable loss for a team they haven't let get past them in years. Cloud9, though, they lose to a Sentinels team that are missing their centerpiece. That's missing John QT, and we're all wondering, is Marv just that good, or are these guys in deep trouble?
G2 are going to be feeling great to get a win like this under their belt, though. It's been a tough couple months. Tough showings globally. 100 Thieves are in sick form when they go up against them, like you said. And finally, they get a game where they're feeling like prime G2. That gets the confidence flowing.
And a game where their emotional investment doesn't have to be ultra high. Do you know what I mean? 11-1 first half. They can close this one out here. They might come out of a week that's just ultimately not that taxing for them compared to last week's 3-map blockbuster with the 100 Thieves. Having a reprieve like that midway through a stage is something you can't count on, but it goes a long way. And I hate calling Cloud9 a reprieve, honestly. It doesn't make them look good, but frankly, they've not been on their level. And you know it's been tough for them, as they've made roster changes before their team even got out into stage 2. It was that bad behind closed doors.
G2 finally making their way out towards this A site. An attempt to anchor, but Zelsis and Vic are just ran over. Just feels as good as done at this point, man.
Yeah.
G2 looking great on this map. And it's funny because they were great on it, and then they tried to switch stuff up. They're trying the baby bait Neon with the KO. Things are getting awkward, and they've gotten themselves back in a more comfortable position with this comp.
Feels like they keep running into Nongjim Red Force and are forced to try and reinvent themselves or change something fundamental about them. I do think that G2, though, are spending a lot of time trying to convince us their ceiling is higher than what we've seen. Do you know what I mean? They want the world to know that they can reach even higher than they have so far, but I think that's been the most questionable thing because they're constantly dominating domestically, and they get to international events, and they just look a little muted by comparison.
Both of these teams have some international narratives heading into the end of this year that people have been pointing to forever. A continuing
Dumbass, why are you peeking?
That's a little aggro, bro. Relax. Which is G2 still trying to get their international trophy, and C9 are the one team from America's partnership that haven't been able to make it to a global.
Yeah, the
in
only
the partnership
partner team
era.
that
Yeah,
has never
they've
made
made
that.
it to globals, but it was before partnership. That has been a narrative thread that people have followed with these teams for years at this point.
And as readable as Cloud9 have felt that G2 are over previous games and this one, apparently it's still, you know, they might want to go to a lighter novel. Graphic novel, perhaps. Maybe something a bit more junky. Might recommend Twilight. Because this tome is proving a little bit too much for them to digest. For them, it feels like it's been the Rosetta Stone for how to take an L, because they are 14-2 in maps against G2 over their entire VCT tenure. And that number's not looking like it's about to get much better.
This G2 team, they've just always had their numbers. Specifically, they've discussed it as well after some of the games that they feel like they know how to deal with Oxy. They know how to shut him down.
30 seconds left.
And if you're going to be proficient at shutting down the most important player on C9, I mean, what chance do they have, right?
Vic and Jack will watch the spike sail away from them in the hands of Trent and be set up here on B. But you do have to wonder what the conversation is like in moments like
There
this
was
for
something
C9.
being typed in the server. So I don't know what the conversation is like with Vic and someone on G2.
Not great.
But there was a combo happening in there.
These are two teams, by the way, who have obviously been frustrated by the state of things for both of their teams.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
they've been
been
actually
tough
fighting
times.
with random people on social media.
They're both going through it. I think the schedule has been grueling. There's a level of burnout that they've been suffering. But man, G2 happy to get a dominant win, get the confidence going. All 5 players having highlight reel moments in that game. Feels like that's exactly what they needed to, just like get back on the horse. This G2 team have always been the most dominant team in Americas. We know that. They have 4 trophies. Feels inevitable that they're going to bounce back, right? And hey, maybe this is the game where they can start to feel that momentum, get the win back in their sails.
I feel like we needed to see a reinstatement of fundamentals, especially on this map where they had a bit of a weird look last week with Jaw on the KO, Baby Bay on the Neon. They've gone to a comp that seems like it fits them pretty darn well, and it just looks solid, right? The baseline here for G2 is looking great. Sunset was good for them last week against 100 Thieves, and that's on the docket next. So get excited for that one. We'll see what G2 have been cooking in the interim. We're going to hope this series brings us a bit of action after all. Leaf, surely there's a trade there from Arsenal, but Leaf notches up his fourth. Big ace for Leaf.
Good return on a fire though, and a great trade at that fireball. Oh, still down to it now, the 1v1. Oxy just wants the top of it.
I am here with Josh RT ahead of map 2, and probably keep it short and sweet. You guys were looking great out there, and besides the win, what's the team really looking to nail down today?
I mean, we worked on a lot of new things, and we just want to make sure our team identity, our structure, everything stays composed, even if we're winning a lot. I'm just trying to make sure the team has the same mentality, no matter what.
Do you feel like you got that in game 1, or do you want more in game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I was disappointed about that 1 round loss. I was just joking about that, but like, it's just no matter what, like, we need a pistol, right? Round by round, and like we got to 13 before they did. It feels nice to have no stress in this one, but I think it's gonna be much harder in this second map.
All right, good luck, coach.
Well, no stress for Josh RT today, who put together a pretty clean map 1 in this series. 13-1, but honestly felt like it probably should have been a 13-0, given the 1 round that Cloud9 actually picked up. Welcome back to the desk. I want to start by talking about that composition that we just saw him serving up there. We had a lot of discussion in the pre-show about Jaw, Baby Bay, who's playing the dive on that duelist, and they gave us a swap today, putting Jaw on that role, Baby Bay on the chamber. What's your thoughts?
Honestly, for me, the reason I was on board with their previous comp is because they were trying to work flashes into the team, and I think it makes sense to put Jogamo on that role. But what we failed to predict is, hey, you can just play no flashes on the map and still play to all of your preferences. I think Jogamo looked fantastic on the Neon, but also Baby Bay on the chamber was playing exactly how he was on the Neon a lot of the rounds where he's on his own, but that works so much better on this chamber.
Yeah, a lot better considering when you're looking at when G2 played it last, a lot of their problems were just dying when they were solo on a site, kind of getting killed by that lurker. But when you have an op posted there that's hitting a pretty easy shot majority of the time, it looked great. I think the only thing that was a little hesitant for me was the no flashes. I think Breeze, you know, it's a very widespread map, but against Cloud9 with, you know, how they were kind of setting up, it worked in G2's favor.
Yeah, it really did. What is your impressions of them continuing to play this Astra Viper look versus the Harbor? Harbor's so popular in Americas, most people are playing him. Why do you think that plays more to G2's strength?
I personally love the Astra. I think that, honestly, just the combination of like the global utility on the defense side makes things a lot easier to play, and especially to assist your anchors around the map. And I think that was one area where G2 were absolutely thriving.
Yeah, I was just going to say, the amount of times that we saw Valen or Leaf just sitting in an Astra smoke in front of a Harbor smoke and just being a complete rat on site, making it so hard for, you know, Cloud9 to kind of push past that, it looked really good.
It really did. But we do have to talk about the other side of this game, who only picked up 1 round. Cloud9. The issue when they played their first week, especially on Summit, was the post plants. And Christy, that reared its head again today. So many advantage post plants that they could not close out.
And especially Leaf was able to find a lot of these windows early on in rounds, just abuse them. He's able to isolate his fights many times. I think for C9, they got a little bit lost in the post plants. Like with all of the smokes that were up, the amount of times that players were just like shooting them in positions they were completely not expecting, or wrapping around from behind. G2 were going for flanks with Leaf and stuff. Like, C9 just looked completely lost to what G2 were bringing at them.
Not even just lost, but like unable to come up with an actual crossfire, an actual post plant that, you know, they could play together on. Instead, they were getting separated so early on into it that it was just 1v1 after 1v1 after 1v1, and they need to be able to kind of reposition themselves within the round amidst the chaos so that they can actually play these favorable rounds.
So we're looking ahead now to Sunset. This is a map that we saw from G2 previously, and this was the question I want to bring up for Sunset is, we saw that comp change on map 1 of Breeze. Do you expect them to switch anything here on the Sunset?
I would be surprised to see them run a no flash comp, but there's a world.
Do you think that would play better to their strengths if they did swap that off, do something similar with the Dre on the chamber, the Neon for Jaw?
I mean, honestly, I could see a world where Dre is back on chamber on this map potentially. I think getting rid of the Sage too would also make some sense if they wanted to go to like more standard comps overall. But ultimately for me, I think that Sunset is one of those maps where you probably should be running the flash. With the amount of like close corridors fights you want to pop out and fight.
So is this the opportunity then for C9 in this series? Is this the path to get back in?
If they have coordination, possibly, but if they continue how they did on Breeze and don't do kind of like a switch up or a flip around like they did in their last series, it's looking pretty tough for me.
I will say the sights are way simpler on Sunset compared to Breeze. Like, I still favor G2, but there's no chance they could look as sort of like run in circles around as they did just now on Breeze.
Sure. It's about as rough as it could look for map 1 of a series. So let's check in with Coach Imi, see his expectations for Sunset.
I'm joined by Amy ahead of map 2. Looking at that first map, I wanted to get your thoughts on where G2 was really able to insert themselves and separate C9 in those post plans.
I think we lost our composure a lot in the post plans. Even just when we had control of the A site, for instance, we were waiting for them to do something rather than us taking action. And we worked on the map all week, and we should have been ready for these situations. Even pumping out the Astra utility should have been better. It is what it is.
All right, what's that mental reset to get us to the banger on split? What are you going to be telling the team?
I mean, it is what it is. 13-1 might be easier to reset from any other result, you know? What can you do? It happened, you go next and try and win the next one.
All right, go next. Good luck, Coach.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secretlab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I am here with Fireball, and honestly, nice to meet you, man. It's good to see you in the VCT. My question for you, a pretty easy one. What do you want to prove to yourself throughout this stage?
Ooh, prove to myself. You know, personally, I don't think I need to prove anything to myself. You know, I know I deserve to be here. You know, I just want to be the best teammate I can to these guys. I love them, and just gonna keep giving my all every single day.
Perfect. Good luck out there.
Coming off a loss in week 1, for both these teams, it was really a question of who could get off the starter's mark a bit quicker. The reality is that Cloud9 forgot to bring their track shoes and were pointed straight back to the showers by a very disgruntled coach, Imi, while G2 are showing us what I felt like is their baseline, just a really solid showing. And I think if you're a team that's aspiring to be great in this game, in this sport, you want your average day at the office to look like what we just saw from G2. Solid, fundamentally sound, nothing over the top, but just spot on.
Absolutely. We're going to Sunset. This is the map they took against 100 Thieves. It's a map where we saw Jaw and Baby Bay go crazy. The two of them, in some ways, dragged them to that win. Jaw's Neon was incredible.
6-0 on Neon in first kill, first death.
Baby Bay's op was fantastic. Also, like a sense for the timings around the map, being able to catch off rotators, expose gaps in the defense when he's on attack to get really nice lurks off. I liked what we saw from G2 here a lot. And like I said on Breeze, I feel like their success here is maybe a light bulb going off, an inspiration to try and get the Chamber Neon to be a mainstay of their approach in this meta and just run that on other maps. because Babybay is great when he's on the chamber. Jaw is clearly the better Neon of the two of them. And so ideally, you're just putting them in position to both be at their best.
I think also the Trent Sky brings a ton of value here. This Trailblazer off-rip into A elbow or into B main on the attack side is really illuminating and protects G2 from running into any traps early in these rounds.
Let's see if Cloud9 can hit the ground running on this second map.
Here's that Trailblazer. He's going to see nothing. Babybay gets a tap there on Oxy, but that's all there is to write home about. This does mean that Cloud9 are forced into a retake, and I wonder if they try and flood this.
With that wall up, G2 can just focus all of their attention towards Boba. The market is not relevant right now.
I mean, that's huge, isn't it? I mean, the fact you've only got to watch one of these entry points now. There'll be some pressure coming market side here, but G2 have just got it locked down. Something that they were fantastic against 100 Thieves at were the floods out of Boba on the defense side. But this is about as good as it gets here in terms of a post plan. And Vic was never really able to get out of market at all.
Yeah, there's just nothing he can do over there. Already in the first round, we saw a great flash from Trent. His utility in that game against 100 Thieves, the supportive flashes that were coming out during the fights were always timed super well. And already right there, he's got it in the perfect moment for Jogamo to be able to capitalize, get a couple kills fighting towards spawn. Look at this, guy's fully blind up. Jack doesn't know what to do, can't see a thing.
This felt like such a simple round for G2.
I was a little tweaked.
Headhunter watches mid, Trailblazer into B, Sage Wall market, Flash Boba win round.
Yeah, it's by the numbers, but it's super effective when everything is coordinated exactly as it needs to be. And that's why teams love the Sage on this map. It just simplifies things so much.
Pretty telling this push-up B main for the defenders, though. Cloud9 get a good inkling that there's something happening at A, but look, there's no sight or sort of CT side presence here at all for C9. They're just grouped up on short.
Vic is trapped, he is doomed. And again, it's, as I just said, this wall just simplifying things for G2, denying a lane, it's cut off. Easy passage into the A site, don't have to worry about spawn. Only, you know, maybe if there's an Omen that teleports up to the spawn top box to see over an elbow, but not a huge concern. G2 are just off to the races already.
With some really simple ideas. This bonus, or rather this anti-eco, was a simple matter of getting everyone up into elbow and onto the site. You mentioned how Sage simplifies the gameplay. That slow warp over to short pretty much undid Cloud9 there and then.
It's funny too, Leaf didn't have a great game playing the Sage against 100 Thieves, but in recent time, it's actually been the agent where he was putting up the best numbers. Leaf will just put up good numbers on anything. You know, for 1 month, his breach will be where he decides to just drop 26 kills and get a crazy ace on split, and then it'll go back to Viper being his best agent. He just does it all.
He's also was the team's chamber in the past as well. Had some really nice showings in that Sentinel role in bygone eras. We'll see what this now looks like for G2. It's a bonus round that features the Outlaw still for Babybay.
An Outlaw, by the way, that C9 are going to have a lot of trouble dealing with. 4 of them are on 125 HP. Only 1 heavy armor. And you know this guy has the gun. Is that going to come back to bite them?
And Babybay gets to do this on every extremity as Chamber on the attack side. Could push up into B main, push into mid, try and play past the one way at A main. All because of that rendezvous. Some teams are getting cute with these splits through top mid. If you have a Sage comp, could wall off that right side and hit through Market and Boba at the same time. But geez, this trend util, it's magnificent, frankly. Very easy for G2 to play off of it now. Slow Orb is in play. Leaf traded out
that
for
is so
Delsus.
good. Yeah, Leaf just hopping through the orb is hilarious. Trent, ooh, had a good flash, but Fireball Ops on for the ace right now. Denied by Baby Bay. Picks up that Vandal.
Oh
what a
my
shot.
god, that was disgusting. This is the bonus round
Vic
for
has got to win
G2.
this. Vic has got to win this.
Does Baby Bay do something cute with this rendezvous?
Crushing blow if Baby Bay finds this with just 50 HP to work with, tucked in on default. Game of timings.
Last smoke there for Vic. Baby Bay's going to step inside of it. It is a game of timings. Nothing more, nothing less. And Baby Bay walks up there into Vic holding the angle. Cloud9 get on the board much earlier than they did on Breeze.
Taking a lot more damage than they would have hoped for, but more than happy to get the round. Fireball Ops with a sick one there, 4-piece, locking it down in Boba. Even denying Trent at the end with the flash, that looked pretty insane. See that from his point of view. Spam shot onto Jaw.
Look at these slow orbs everywhere. Tough to play these like top mid splits into Sage comps, in fairness. You often need one to facilitate it, and then... I don't know about that one. That was wild.
You know, despite the struggles of the team, Fireball Ops is not a guy that is going to take this opportunity lightly. He has been grinding in Tier 2 since 2021 to get an opportunity like this. Has played every agent under the sun, 23 different agents in recorded matches throughout that time. And he's really found his form in challengers this year. That's why he's gotten this call-up, gotten this opportunity.
And he's the Phoenix player for C9 so far.
Yeah, he played Phoenix, he played Sentinel. He's done a whole lot, and he's very motivated. G2 worked their way into the site, but they haven't gotten backside control. They're being stalled out.
C9 want to try and anchor this here, but it's going to get harder and harder with that. Got Cypher in the game. Oxy's made his way around. G2 love to try and flip the map early and often in scenarios like this. And Jaw simply had to bide his time to find that opportunity to take Oxy down.
These are the kind of moments, setups that G2 were thriving in against 100 Thieves, just locking them out when they get into this B site. Playing around all of the available utility they have to perfection. C9 in the 3-on-4, they do not even want to test them. Smarter decision to just get out of here with the guns and play for the next.
All things considered, it's not as if Cloud9 were shut off the B site, kept off of it. They were able to anchor in there with 2 players. Oxy moved off his mark, though, because you could tell that G2 was starting to like rotate around inside B. Unfortunately, the anchor play for C9 didn't get much help from the extremities of that B site.
Always going to make it tough for Oxy to get involved. G2, that is just something they've discussed, mentioned at the end of the Breeze, but they feel like they have an understanding on how to shut him down, and he is the key piece of Cloud9, and that has reflected historically. The 7 times they played against each other, 4 of the games, if you go back and look, Oxy was a non-factor. They really did remove his relevancy from the game. He's had like 1 or 2 solid games against G2 all time, but they do have his number.
Baby Bay's getting that free push up on B side again.
I know that's like it's a testament to how good G2 are, that Oxy, who has been consistently one of the best duelists in Americas, can make any team look like a tier 2 squad when he's running around at them. But G2, they just know how to figure a player like that out.
Yeah, generally, Valorant systems usually are aimed at shutting down a star player like that. I talk about this all the time. I think like the way that Trent and Valen want to play is to make rounds predictable. Deterministic. And they're very good at dealing with those volatile individuals. This is a dirty spot for Zephyr.
That's pretty sick.
I love that. Again, it's one of the upsides of bringing Sage onto this map. There are a couple of wall boost spots that are really hard to catch. There are also a few of them on Summit as well. I don't know if we'll get to see them.
Anything C9 can do to try to get an advantage, especially in a war spy round where they just have the save rifles.
30 seconds left.
Gotta go for something cheeky to cheese play to get a kill. Anything they can do.
I'm not mad about it. Fireball Ops is lying in wait with a classic and a dream. Straight through the gates come G2, and it's a burst of pace that frankly Fireball Ops cannot mollify. He's jacked through the back of the side. Vic, though, is dug out. This anchoring presence slowly being neutralized, but time is short. Valorant's just going to have to stick this.
Great job from C9, just fighting together out of market. Jack holding it down backside. They just have to deal with Valen. He's spotted out. He wants to isolate a fight if he can.
It's the backstab. Valen almost has a sixth sense for it. That's crazy. Eventually left in 1v3, and Cloud9 have succeeded in slowing the game down enough that they can actually get a grip on the reins.
Yeah, we saw some good team play there over on that site. Right, with the swings coming through market. Jack had some nice little jiggle peeks backside, not overexposing himself. Was able to trade Jogamo off some of that damage that Fireball did do with the Classic when he was sliding on in.
Don't need even be a good lip reader, as I watched Leaf's eyebrows almost disappear into his hairline after that.
Boys, come on!
Just trying to get that energy back up for C9. Get a little bit of confidence going. Looks like G2 might just try to switch up the pace. Get closer up on A, go for a pop.
Get to that tour de force now. Vic and Oxy positioned well to play off each other. Certainly seem like two of the closest guys on this team to one another.
That's a lot of utility that G2 just extracted out of C9. Look, they had to use it. G2 were well positioned to just run down a player close link or close elbow. Now they can make this pivot elsewhere, trying to run up mid. Oxy is on the run. Trippus broken Leafus through so quickly. What a shot from Oxy.
Finally an Oxy moment there. No real follow-up to the rest of that G2 thrust up top mid.
That adjustment was sickening.
They did not expect Oxy to double back, I suppose. They knew he was there because they had an Omen TP, cancelled by Valen. But yeah, now you've made it really difficult.
Feels like that was the biggest burst of energy we have seen come from this C9 team today.
And after a slow round, it's good to see them defensively play with a bit of pace here.
30 seconds
Looks like Baby Bay's going to be given just enough rope now as he'll cross mid, and Neural Theft is going to reveal his location. So through the trip he goes. It's going to be superfluous either way. Into the B site we go, though, and all the G2 are here. They've got some market presence, and Baby Bay can watch the long line cross through Boba. This tour de force, it's a line that's broken up, though, by the fast lane.
Paranoia for a bit of delay. G2 trying to set up this crossfire.
They need good spacing with their market plays here as well. They're all going to be positioned. 5 players for the retake. Should be pretty elementary at this point, but you don't want to be lining up for the tour de force. That could be dangerous. There's Trent in the back of the site. And that oil field is going to slow things right on down. Jack is picked off as well. And what could be more emblematic of Cloud9's problems right now than a round like this? Vic can't save it. Baby Bay's Headhunter ends it. And G2 are, yeah, they're singing. They're looking comfortable now with their 4.
That's just exactly why you want Baby Bay on the chamber. Even though he misses the first couple shots, not a real great opportunity to get involved. He's cut off by the fast lane, now still picks up market, is able to get the re-swing kill. And then helps out Trent. Takes a peek towards Boba right there.
Oh, I am not pleased.
Pretty brutal.
Oh, no.
I feel like we haven't heard a hot dog in a long time.
It has actually been a while.
Which is always a telltale sign of the mental state that G2 are existing under. They're exiting the doldrums.
That was a 5.
Joy is returning to their hearts.
I mean, that was a 3v5. Up on that B side in those final moments. That's a desk slammer for Cloud9. You cannot be affording to lose those. And this is free real estate for Baby Bay. Cloud9 know it. Zilsas wants to try and re-clear that space. There's a trademark there to slow him up. And Vic's going to jiggle this. Wow! That's nasty stuff. Vic was trying to passively play that line for info, and Jaw still finds the kill.
Wall goes up to deny Jack of any attempt to even things up while G2 are transitioning in towards that site to get the spike down. Jaw has definitely been making a statement so far in this stage. His neon play has been pretty sick to watch. Zelsa's going to get caught here on the flank. as the Nightfall comes in. C9 are trying to set something up. They really haven't been able to get back into this site just yet, and the flank is being watched.
Yeah, G2 mostly playing off this A side anyway, so it's a Nightfall that doesn't catch many of them. It's going to be down to Hoxie's heroics to try and get them out of this round. He'll push up and find Leaf, and Baby was watching a very, very wide flank angle. He'll walk into Oxy's crosshair and say what we want about Cloud9 so far, but when Oxy's had an opportunity to set the pace, his aim has been magnificent.
Yeah, he's hitting some sick shots. That snap adjustment in the other one. Crucial 3K in a retake. That was looking scary. They're already down Vic. And then the flank watch goes Baby Bay's way. He deals with Zelsis. Jack and Oxy managed to get themselves in the sight. And yeah, he is shooting.
7-5. 8 rounds into the game.
Back in stage 1, despite C9's record, Oxy was the statistical leader for all of the Neons in the league. Highest average damage per round. He was playing super well. It didn't always translate into team-wide success for C9, but Oxy is never a player that's going to ease up, never someone that's going to give up. Big Day.
He's committed.
Yeah, goes down. Nice little combo with the Prowler.
On this map, I feel like we see Baby Bay with a really very defined flowchart to follow at the start of these rounds. Just push up into B. It's very conditioned at this point. And we gave Cloud9 a chance to figure out a way to basically get a free kill on him here.
It's interesting from C9. They took B main, but they fully give it up. All go back to market. Spend a little time re-clearing tiles, and it has resulted in the clock going down quite a bit. This is like to deal with 4 G2 players.
Trent did get caught in the Caesar at the end. It's going to be Georges taking contact. Traded out. Jack going to be rezzed back up, and Firewall Ops is down. And Valen's still undiscovered in the corner. 3 up still for C9. Valen's a problem, though. How are they going to dig this guy out? They had to spend heavily on removing him. And he gets a second kill in the round. There's just no time here for C9. That extra tiles re-clear cost them valuable seconds.
I think, yeah, on top of that, I think Cloud9 overcomplicated a good situation that they put themselves into. They had B main control. They could have left at least one player, if not multiple, to pressure from there when the retake comes in, so they just have that additional angle. But with no one there, G2, they're just able to meet them at the choke points. And with that time, pathing through mid, Oxy re-clears tiles to make sure there isn't some late flank. They have to accelerate so quickly that those finer details, they go out the window when the time pressure is on. And G2 on that B site in the post plant, we know they're so good there. You need every second you can to play it out against them.
It has felt like these pace shifts, when they've involved more Cloud9 players than just Oxy, have been a little bit hard to bring about.
And we're taking a look at the champs point standing. G2 in second place. A win today would bring them to 15. They're in a super comfortable position to make champions. Like, even if they just go on a great run in this stage, win a bunch of games, but don't do a great job in the playoffs, they'll still be able to make it in just off the basis of points. They are always consistent in VCT Americas. And then obviously, at the same time, you see C9, they're at the bottom of the list. They only have 1 point. So they need to do the exact opposite. They are required to go on a monster run, make it to the finals. They would have to have a generational turnaround to be able to make it to champions at this point.
And G2 would love to spend most of their time thinking about international events, thinking about what they're going to do next time Nongshim Red Force turns up in their way. But they still need to, you know, get things done here domestically, secure their spot in the postseason, and champions, of course, before they can cross that more important bridge. Okay, no full commitment to tiles. It was actually just VALORANT. Let's listen into G2 now as they recover from losing their caller early in the round.
They're on you. I'm flashing.
Yo, they TP'd in the smoke.
Can we flip?
Boys, yeah, just go super slow, Nate. Fuck it.
Wait, they're actually
Take
sending it.
Take spawn, both of you right now.
I need you.
I gotta hold you short.
I'm good.
I'm walking out, despawn.
Yeah, Nate's gonna go late.
I'm dogging for you, Nate. Getting info.
Look right, look right.
3, 4.
Okay, I'm gonna go short right now.
Buy time for him. Don't even play.
Flashing.
They're all back all, guys. Made a stab.
Yep. They're gonna wall us off and then defuse, guys.
Yep, I don't see the fourth guy.
Hold, Jay. Hold.
All 3 flank side. They're all 4 flank side. Nothing in your back. I'm baiting you, Jay. I'm baiting you.
Nice.
Fight side, guys. Can you fight side?
Wait.
Ready?
Off me.
Just angle out, angle out. Wall bomb, break wall, I'm living.
You're good. Don't peek ever, Alex. I have your cross.
You're good.
Off.
You're good, yeah.
Just fuck with the mouse. You're doing good, baby. One short, one back on.
Oh, fade away, one half.
They
ran away. See ya.
Dude,
Hot dog.
I didn't register like the one way.
trying to tell you
I know. I literally had flash out off contact.
I know. I was just
like a bot, bro.
Two things that really stand out to me in that run are Valen goes down, but he's providing super valuable dead comms to the rest of the team. He sets up Leaf in a great position. He's still coordinating things. Then next, I love how Baby Bay played out that round. Getting the teleport back top box where he can see over a potential wall from Zelsis, has the cross from elbow, so he's willing to just run in, take a fight, get out, and he hits a sick little tap shot on top of it. Then gets to back box, can swing from that high-low new angle setup. It was really smart.
I love he just called Leaf to come back in on a really delayed timing. That had C9 constantly looking over their shoulders. Bit of a fighting for A main at the time. Oxy and Joel, though, both traded out, so both teams lose their neons. And C9 stay aggressive here. Are they going to play off the Trailblazer? More util exchanges. Flash traded for C's. Okay, Zelsa's got pretty deep here on tiles, but that kill's going to be traded out as well. C9 is starting to get spread very thin across Sunset.
I like that proactivity from Zelsis. Vic, Jack, they've got the right idea here. Getting into this setup, it's just going to come down to the duels. They have to connect these shots.
This is round defining. This is basically the round here and now. Can they swing off Baby Bay? The contact, no, the timing's not really there. And now Cloud9 back off behind this haunt. This is very, very solid from the defenders.
In that moment where there's the switch to the util gun not ready, the haunt gets the double ping, 20 seconds left. G2 on their way towards this B site. Still the one trip the cam. That could be annoying for some late round info as C9 just needs to stay as a pack, trade out effectively together. Just fundamental team play from C9's newest member, Vic, returning. They got to put this together. They
How does he have a Trailblazer? This late in the round? Up and close and personal! How does Trent get a freebie?
What was the kill onto Jack?
I mean, Jack just gets perforated and Vic is apparently lined up with him. Fireball Ops now hit by the Demon Cabbage. And now it's Captain Valen there to shut things down. Again, G2 salvage an awkward round, but there's a bit of sweet serendipity amongst it.
I think C9 made some great decisions throughout that round. It's just brutal that Trent gets the headshot through. What was that? We need the 0.5 replay. Maybe even the 0.25 speed replay. That is a sickening thing.
Oh, I don't know, man.
That is just gross.
Better lucky than good sometimes. All right, round 11 coming at you. Jaw this time very quickly gets an elbow. Look at the TP for Valen, very deep.
Exit.
I
The catch on the leaf is pretty crazy. He's going up with the wall and he's punished for it. All right, C9, they've definitely got more than a chance in this one now. 5-on-4. G2, man down. They want to find an advantage somewhere. It's a fight in spawn, but they're getting denied. Oxy and Vic are just running them over. Cloud9 steamroll on the retake. So G2 feeling like they need to take a proactive timing there. Makes sense, they're man down, but Cloud9 have the crosshairs in the right spots.
Second consecutive round where there's like a multiplayer hold into a 3v3 scenario that Cloud9 are able to win out on. This is nice from them, just playing it slow and safe.
Oh,
nice. Really nice.
I mean, C9, after what Trent did in the last round, they deserve one like that. He needed to get his receipt.
All right, here's our last round of the half now. Tour de force for Baby Bay, so it's a weird economic spot for G2 to be in, but it's going to be smoothed over somewhat. Maybe something faster on to B instead this time. Okay, you're committed to this. Look, the slow orbs behind you now. Vic wants to come forward, and Baby Bay is simply not ready for it. Great opener. tour de force out of the game, and I think G2 are going to stumble here.
It's beautiful. An ode to Paper Rex on this map. They were the ones that really pioneered the stage here. Oh,
guys.
Vic is up top there, brother. He is racking them up. C9 putting together a competent half. If they could just close this out at 5 and...
Spike down B.
Okay, they're going to do it. That is sick from Vic getting that ace, man.
There's a res involved.
Classic play. Yeah, it's an ace, but yeah, we'll give it to him.
Okay.
We'll give it to him. He's got it.
I guess the comm is bad from Baby Bay. He doesn't realize that, like, there's a wall here. Because you don't have B-main control,
really have the
so why are
opportunity
you...
to know.
Yeah, why are you fighting
But the
mid?
other guy, you did kill him there. I mean, I don't know, man.
Okay, weird round. Still, though.
You're not up against that every day of the week.
14 and 8 there from Vic. 2 back-to-back. Stunning rounds. Actually puts Cloud9 in a decent spot here, coming into halftime. Solid defense side, 7-5 here on Sunset as G2 look to close the series.
What's good, everybody? It's Bebe, and this is my game day fit. You know, we got the G2 jersey, the red one. This is my favorite one. I think red and black is really intimidating, so I really like these jerseys. I think that's part of the reason why we farm regionally. We got the G2 pants that goes along with it, so we got the whole fit. What I like about these pants compared to our old pants is that, you know, they're really baggy, you know, so we're in with the style nowadays, you know. We're unk, but you know, we still got some swag. And then I got the dunks, and I've had these for a very long time. One of my best friends gifted them to me. They're pretty beat, but they're very comfortable, so that's why I wear them on stage every day. Honestly, they're just my daily. They look sick with the pants, though, I think. Pretty fire. And normally I come in with like a backpack, and on that backpack I got some like cool keychains, like a Fallout one, and like some One Piece stuff that I like, because I'm a really big fan of One Piece. Thank y'all for watching. This was my game day fit.
Yes, that indecision from C9 that had started to become a bit of a trademark look for them was certainly present on the first map of this series. But into Sunset, it looks like, especially in some of these, you know, nickel and dime defense side set plays that started to find great success. Vic and Oxy are leading the way, hyping each other up as they go.
Absolutely. Positives to gleam. I think some negatives too in that across this series. C9, specifically on this map, they'd be ahead if they could close out these man advantage situations. They just have to clean those up, and they'd be in a great position. Now, for Eyes Don't See Me, they haven't won a pistol round in this stage. It was 0%. That is... I would like to see that stat in, just for their sake. It would be great if they could win a pistol here.
Again, like then...
Is that real?
It's been... I mean, yeah.
Double check that.
Look, I mean, this would be what, their 4th map of the stage, right? So... It's a lot of pistol rounds to lose, but it's believable. There's Valen holding it down. Oxy attempts to slide in, get across market. The paranoia's a little early from G2. Well, Cloud9 stagger out and avoid it. Either way, they've found their way towards this B side now. Jaw hit with the Prowler.
Problem is, what are they going to do about these players backside? They can't get any control, but...
Are they getting off?
That Jaw peeking out gets exposed, and yeah, they want to leave. I'm not mad at this, but they can deal with Leaf, and they can.
One enemy remaining.
2 massive kills there for Leaf, and Jack just runs in when he realizes that the jig is well and truly up. Leaf in the late round, always a terror.
Yeah, they're rotating off with such haste. I mean, I don't hate the decision to try to get the pick and leave, or maybe slow down the round, but they rush out there, and Leaf is just prepared.
But this commitment to market means you don't have map control, you don't have information, and you don't have the time to slowly re-clear that space.
They just have to be a little more careful.
Yep. And honestly, they left a few massive gaps in rounds on Breeze that ended up hurting them.
And also, if they wanted, they could have just stayed at the site.
Yeah.
They had more players. You know, they had options. Leaf is Looking good though today. Easy to clean up with Bebe, who is just always going to have the outlaw. Oh, caster curse.
That's okay.
That's all right.
No one's going to rush him now. Oxy, they're searching for more. Baby Bay, they're obviously aware he's got the outlaw to hand and could probably even anticipate it. Oh, Leaf. I mean, they're not accounting for this spot at all. And there comes Valen, swoops on him with a Spectre.
I feel like I really cursed him that whole round.
Yeah, honestly, that was...
But he's doing great today. Aside from that round, he's doing great.
Still, flawless round for G2. We're going to dap him up eventually.
New storyline.
I'm certain. It's coming.
Old eyes. It's tough to see in the periphery.
That's crazy work. All right. I mean, I don't know. I feel like my palm might have met Baby Bay's cheek rather quickly, if not his palm.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, so things fall apart pretty quickly there for C9, and Leaf has that pretty nasty spot above the wall that Fireball is just not watching. Sees shot quickly. Jaw gets into market, door shut. Really determined B main position here.
It's got a cute little setup from G2, where that outlaw goes off and then they expect someone to walk forward, but maybe they can't find that kill. And Valen is caught on the opposite side of the map. Provides an opening through elbow that C9 are happy to take. Try and get in over on A. Better weapons and the numbers. Must-win round.
There's a late pickup of Ali here for G2, which is interesting, but it leaves their short presence completely absent.
These are the kind of situations, these are the kind of rounds that have been C9's undoing today, not being able to close out crucial advantages.
They're just straight raw flooding in from Ali. Not the most inspired G2 retake I've seen, I won't lie. And they kind of just give up short. They fully commit there to their Ali side play.
And Vic comes through for C9 again. Swing out is nice off the paranoia. 3 little kills. He's just continuing to rack them up.
The return of Pickle Vic, man.
He's been playing real well. Last week in this one, in one of the most bizarre roster move situations we've seen in some time.
Yeah. Where
But C9 will be glad that he's back because he's playing great. He has been fantastic.
I mean, you tweet out that you heard from a friend that your old org is having trouble replacing you, and then you go and join them. That's part of your announcement. I mean, like, what are we? I was gagged, as they put it. It was an interesting little intra-stage break for Cloud9.
My eyes are down.
Top mid presence. To run into Trent.
I think the idea was to try to put some kind of like fake wall that cross up and then someone could get through on the right to get a kill.
Baby Bay's been doing this constantly. Just trademark yourself off that A-long position. So it's always going to be costly util-wise to get him off there. Trent eating some more Sage util.
He just wants to stay alive, not get spammed down. Baby Bay is not giving up his presence in the site, though. He's staying tucked back.
I like this. Oxy going to get the better of him here. Now, at least G2, we have a chance to look at another really similar retake scenario. Oh, look at them. They just walk up into the site.
That's ridiculous.
That is rather pacey, I must say. Oxy's been taken down, and Jaw already has found his way to the box. A second kill for him. Rick? Rick? Where's Rick? Vic tries to shut it down there. I'm not really sure what Josh.
Are you good, bro?
Okay, I think he's trying to get Tread's attention.
Do you think
Rick?
Baby Bay's going to tap him? Rick, do you think? I'm losing it. Will Baby Bay
dap him up?
Trent? Yeah, will he dap him up, you think?
Nah, he's got blinders on, bro. You start to get like that ace
reading
stigmatism, you know what I mean?
It's fine. Everyone good flashes. Everyone's blind. You're crazy, brother.
Oh, that's why he was
he's done
looking
it.
at you. Nice.
He's done it. Okay.
I guess Trent just flash jaw crazy on the entry and he died or something, but
I mean, Trent was, I
remember.
think he was like in a smoke on top of like a Sage Slow.
G2 have had some silly little spam kills through smokes as well. Val, just like the random Vandal tap through the smoke. I mean, it's not totally random. He's just shooting for a guy on the left. But we're looking at the Baby Bay stats here. That Sentinel compared to the Duelist.
They're the same.
The fact that, yeah, he's putting up like just as good stats playing that much Vice as well. Like he's played a good amount of Chamber this year, but that's also like majority Vice. And he's up there with what he'd been doing on Duelist. And also like a lot of the Duelist best performances came from him back in Kickoff, like when he was playing Waylay a little bit. And so if you can just have him playing Sentinel, focused on this agent where he has looked his best, it's the best thing for the team, surely, right? I mean, it does mean that they have to drift away from the Neon Phoenix, which
Getting
is
the double
feeling like
duelist
that's,
comps, yeah.
you know,
Why? I mean,
at
Leaf
the
can,
top
Leaf
of the
can
meta
do
tier
it,
list.
but then it's like Leaf can do that, but then what? Baby Bay's gonna like on Haven and stuff. Like, what? He's gonna pick up the Cypher, or is he stick on Chamber? Like, it does create some interesting questions about role assignment. Baby Bay always finds himself in a weird spot. Oh my goodness. That was snappy, and he knows it too. He sniffs disdainfully, and then he's back to work inside Market off that trademark.
No charges left.
Leave looking for a good pocket to play from as Cloud9 try and clear Market. Baby Bay's going to take eyes off him. And the judge at pretty long range there gets a kill. Okay, Cloud9 are completely without a paddle up the proverbial creek this route. And honestly...
Yeah, that was a dismantling from 17 different directions.
And this
Baby Bay's just working them.
Yeah, I mean, there's 5 players in the server, so work that out from G2. The problem is here is this, we didn't really herald the round with fanfare. But this was a really pivotal round for Cloud9 to win. I mean, a lot really hinged on this particular round 17.
Yeah, just looking at the cash.
And they flopped.
And Baby Bay has done a nice job throughout this series on the Chamber of like, finding some of the right timings to mix up a different early round push that he hasn't done before. So on this one, crucial round, not the best weapons over for G2. Like he just has that Guardian.
Even in the previous round, he was... Remember, he just wouldn't give up that A-side position? He did go down, right? But he's mixing it up more than anybody else here. The other side of this coin, though, is that he conditioned this really obvious push-up into B main on the attack side, right? He was a little, eventually, a little obvious there.
God, that was so sick.
Yeah. Very sharp.
And look, G2 have not required the same level of heroics from Jaw and Baby Bay, but I do think it's telling that, again, we've got a Sunset map now back-to-back where it's the two of them at the top of the board.
I covered Baby Bay a lot early on in his pro career, like in what I would call Tier 1 esports. And honestly, he didn't really live up to the hype so much in the early days. I really feel like he's coming into his own only now, quite late on in his pro career, even after departing his pro career. Such an interesting player to have followed for almost 10 years now.
Cloud9 are trying to get right back over to A. This is where they have found some success on the attack side. They want to set up something aggressive towards spawn. Off the sound cue, Paranoid goes out. No opportunity for C9 to push too crazy. That's a nice kill from Oxy.
Oh yeah, that was while Zelsis was, what, reloading, sat back here? G2 going to come back in the round with a vengeance, though. The res also gives him a bit of momentum to work with. Oxy and Zelsis, last two up on this side. And Oxy's found a third with this stinger. Enough, though, to surely give pause for G2, but not enough to stop them in their tracks.
Yeah, C9, they kind of acquiesce that space, but they've just got stingers, so they end up being in this awkward mid-range situation when the Sage res comes through and G2 wait for that util to expire. All right, stun's gone, etc. We got the res. All right, now we go back in, and they're at a good distance to just get free kills with the rifles. That was
another early round
man.
Baby Bay moment where he's in a weird spot.
This has been another day in the office for G2. They're clocking in, they're clocking out.
Yeah, That's why I mentioned that previous
routine.
That round 17 was important, right?
Yeah, this is as routine as it gets for G2.
And this is going to sound ridiculous, but it feels like Cloud9 today. They suited up. They put on their blue and white, less intimidating jerseys than G2, only to just slowly lose here on Sunset. Look good in all the same ways they've looked good, and look bad in all the same ways they've looked bad.
And really the context for this game coming into it is that these are two teams that are having some mental struggles. It's been tough times.
They're bantering with random people
C9
on
are
Twitter.
trying to figure out,
like when
what
Baby
the
Bay hits
direction
you
is.
with a this you on Twitter, like you know it's bad.
But G2, at least today, man, bouncing back. This has been way too easy for them. Yeah, they are getting back on the horse. They are looking good.
See how Trent flashed that corner and then just walked out and shot him?
I think the question is really, moving forward, are G2 going to be able to carry this over as the stage goes on, as they continue this forward to making champions? Foray that they're looking pretty good on. We looked at those champs points. They just get another one here. They're up to 15. They are more than in the conversation. They're damn near guaranteed to be there.
Then the story of Cloud9 being unable to beat G2 in VCT continues. It's now a 16-2 map record between these two at the highest level of Valorant competition. And now the realization hits that, yes, we know 100 Thieves are the real deal, but G2 are still on their worst days, looking like a quality outfit. They've got a buffer of champions points to work with, and now they've got runway into playoffs to turn themselves back into a team to be feared. A team that's not so readable. A team that brings us some flair that can actually allow them to be catapulted on to the world stage, because they're still fighting for that international recognition.
This series is leaving me with a couple questions that I'm interested to see play out, right? Is this the beginning of G2 just being right back in that dominant Americas form? Is this the win that gets them in that mind state? The second is this Baby Bay chamber going to be something that they continue to lean onto with the rest of their map pool? Is this the identity that they're going to form for themselves?
We'll be crossing to our Verizon post-match interview, and just a minute after this.
Ayy, yeah, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, what you reppin', dog? Houston, Texas, dog. I ain't bum, but I'ma be a legend, dog. Ain't no questions or no second guesses, dog. Phone on D&D, I'm not accepting calls. We forever ball, leaving with it all. Whole city out, we going wall to wall. Hey, yeah, drop the confetti. We had to show 'em who ready. Flooded the watch with baguettes. We max it out, we go legendary. Yeah, we taking it straight to the moon. These diamonds just lit up the room. I go celebrate with my dogs. We handing out sweets like a broom. Hey, up, taking off. 247 not taking off. VDS stones ain't breaking off. All I know is win, I don't take a loss. Yo, taking off. GT3, I'm taking off. Locked in, we ain't finna play with y'all. Locked in, we ain't gonna play it off. I grind through the winter. Yeah, I grind through the summer. Go check the stats, we've been putting up numbers. 100 million, I feel like I'm stunner. They wanna copy the plan, become.
Welcome back to the Verizon post-match interview. I am joined by G2's Leaf after a pretty dominating win. Just from your point of view, how'd that game feel?
Felt pretty good.
Yeah.
Showed the new Breeze comp and, you know, closed it out on Sunset, which has been a pretty good map of ours.
How many reps went into the new Breeze comp?
Like 3 scrims, maybe 4 scrims.
3 scrims?
It's pretty good, you know, in this economy.
Yeah.
In this economy, and we'll take it.
I was gonna say, kind of, what's the average? What feels comfortable? Maybe it changes for international.
I think it changes, you know. Some things just click instantly, but some things take a little bit longer. So I'm not sure about an average, but it's like usually like 2-3 weeks maybe to like actually get a comp with like pretty good feeling. So we did it. Impressive turnaround.
Absolutely.
So, yeah.
And impressive rounds from you today as well. Like 2, 3, 4 clutches. Some pretty nasty there. How are you feeling in the game?
I mean, Breeze felt really good. I think I've always been pretty good on Breeze, but today, I mean, just every shot was hitting, so it obviously feels pretty good, you know?
Hell yeah.
But I had a rough sunset, but it's okay. My boys close it out.
Hell yeah. Talking about Leaf, final question. Is there something on your plate this year that if once you get over that hump or that whatever it is, that sigh of relief will hit? Is there anything for you like that?
I mean, I think we still want to win the stage. So, you know, even though we're in contending for champ points and qualifying off points, we still, you know, want to be able to play more games and just be at the top of the competition. You know, that's just like step by step. I think every game is just a goal to win and just get better.
Before we throw to Jogga Baby Bay, send Loud. Who's got it?
I think Loud 2-0.
Okay. Lee, thanks for joining me. I appreciate it. We are going to throw it over to Joggamo and Baby Bay hanging out in the smoothie bar. Take it away.
Yeah, we got the boys on the couch with us, and the other Baby Bay too.
Wait,
he's up here.
Wait, I'm taking that home. I'm taking that home. You want it? Yes, absolutely. That is mine now.
Yeah, it's yours. Well, you guys got a pretty damn dominant win. Chrissy's gonna get you the penguin to stand by with.
Finally, I get to cover my hairline. Why can't I play with this like Durka?
You could play like this.
Come on.
Can we see how that looks?
Oh, nice.
Oh, wow.
Now everyone will know your name.
Finally, we're gonna remember the confidence there. So you come in, you talked a lot about the roles last week. You switch it up again, new Breeze comp. You're playing the dive, you're playing the chamber. Should we expect that on more maps? Is that the future? What's going on with these discussions right now in the team?
No, we were just trying to experiment for this Cloud9 game. We took the opportunity to just do a little bit more experimentation.
Yeah, just try some other stuff out.
I'm actually the main entry.
Really?
Yeah.
It goes in and it comes back out, but it goes back in before I go in. That's how it works.
No. I'm the real Neon player
you're the real
on the
Neon
team.
player? Oh, how?
Can we settle
3
this
years
once
ago?
I think
No,
we
I'm
need to
kidding.
settle this
I'm
once and
kidding.
for all.
I'm kidding.
I want you guys to play a round of rock, paper, scissors right now.
All right.
For
Okay,
who's the
bet.
Neon player?
On shoot?
All right, on shoot?
All right.
Yeah.
All right.
You.
Yeah, ready.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
Best of 3. Best of
All right,
3.
best of three.
All
Okay,
right.
all right.
Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
Yeah, I can
Rock,
keep this
paper,
up all
scissors,
day,
shoot.
buddy.
All right,
Yeah,
I got you.
He got it. He got it.
2-0, you're playing Neon now?
He got
done.
it.
I'm playing Neon now.
Yeah.
Or is this actually this is a psyop and you actually just wanted to play chamber?
He wanted to play chamber.
Hot dog.
Hot dog, though. Wow, instantly?
No
Yeah.
hesitation.
Hot dog.
You don't need ketchup on it.
No, okay, we're just
There's
going
ketchup
raw
right
on the
there. You
glizzy,
have
huh?
it.
I mean, you know, whatever you need.
You need
All right.
ketchup. You definitely need the whole glizzy.
Wait. Oh, but I can't do any condiments.
No,
but
you can do whatever you
You can
want.
do whatever
you're
you
just
want.
dry.
Oh my God, what just happened?
No,
Wait, what have
Wow,
you done
bro.
to
I
it?
think we just killed
happened?
something. Something just
Stop it.
fell.
That's all right.
Okay, but anyway,
I was distracted by your dogs.
Back to the real conversation.
The
As
real
you saw,
conversation.
he clearly won the rock paper scissors.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
he is the main.
Okay.
He's the
Yeah, there we go. It's
Respect.
decided. He's
Yeah.
playing Neon now. You both
Yeah.
got dogs. That's Baby Bay. He's wearing a hat. So
you
now
sure?
we all know. Send loud.
thought I was
That's
king.
coming up next. We're going to figure out if it's really him, though. Can I see some ID?
You don't have your phone? You don't have your
No,
phone?
I don't.
Eat the dog. It's the only way to prove it.
All right, my turn.
Yeah, that's him.
There he is.
That's him.
Sentinel Cloud coming up next. Let's
dog.
get out of here.
This feels good.
Definitely excited. First time playing them, I think, as well on stage. We did play them in a EWC qualifier and didn't go how we wanted it to, so definitely looking to get some revenge on that one.
This should just be matter of fact. Jerwin. Too soon, saturate flying forwards. Ace claimed.
Definitely a young team, kind of similar to Lev in my eyes, where they're kind of unpredictable. No one's seen much of them yet, so can only learn from what they're going to do in their first match and try to expect the unexpected.
Hard anchor position here. He doesn't have any U-turn. Real teammates to help him out other than Davy, but Davy's going to be going down. Luke Show. Oh my!
I think we have a pretty good dynamic on double duels with me and Redux. We both we give each other like a lot of good input. We take criticism both really well. I think the dynamic can only get stronger from here, and we'll only look better. definitely have a lot more things we have yet to show.
Welcome back to VCT Americas, and our second match of the We've subbed out the Glizzy Boys to bring back the normal deaths to talk about our second match up today, which will see Sentinels facing off against Loud. Let's start by talking about this SEN roster because they came in week 1 without John QT, but despite that, got a big win to start their stage here. And they didn't have their IGL, they didn't have a core member of the team, but they still looked good. What did we learn about the new SEN in this match, Emily?
I think that, like, just at a base, like a foundation on the 3 maps that we saw, they had great protocols, they had great reactions. You know, a lot of it was like solo players just having some insane plays. You know, the Jerwin Ace, as we're about to see, or the 4K was insane. But I really liked like their ideas going into every map. I think that can only improve once they have John QT back in that IGRL, getting a little bit more of those kind of future reads and just overall helping the team.
And I think the big one for me at the start of a stage where we have a brand new map in the pool is they came out, they showed a Sunset, and they dominated, or a Summit rather, and they dominated on it, which I think is a huge thing to be able to prove because we've already seen quite a few different teams in the league floating Summit, like they're not even banning it because they assume the team they're playing against isn't going to be, you know, rocking that map just yet. But Sentinels have already proven that
you can say the word
it.
MIBR.
Exactly. Yeah, you know, there you go. And now they even have their IGL, so it should look even better.
Yeah, he is going to be playing today, as you see John QT stepping back in with the team. But you were mentioning some of the individuals with the double duelists. It was also this absolutely incredible day for Cortesia. I've loved watching him play this kind of aggressive lurking style on the Sentinel. He was so confident.
And I think that is something that I felt was lacking a little bit with Sentinel's play back in stage 1, was having an aggressive lurker in a lot of rounds. I think it stalled out their attack side. So if Cortesia is going to keep playing like this and keep being put in those positions on the attack side, that spells very good things on a variety of maps for them.
It certainly does, and especially with that full roster coming in, as you're mentioning. On the other side, Loud also got a win with their new faces. They had 2 additions coming in, both rookies stepping up to the stage, and they managed to take down Crew to begin. My question for you is just on these new guys, they're coming into the roster. What are we thinking about them? Davi, Tukazin, what's your impression right now?
I think they rounded out the roster so well. When I'm looking back at previous iterations of Loud, it kind of always felt like Luke Show and Friends, but now it just feels like Friends. Like they're all, you know, stepping up to the plate and looking insane. I think, David, I think the one thing that I want to see more out of him is a little bit more confidence when he's taking or stepping into the server. I understand that, you know, playing on LAN is kind of a big deal, a big change coming in from Tier 2, but if he kind of gets that aggression and that momentum going that he had in Tier 2, he's going to be insane.
And honestly, I think the big takeaway for me looking at Loud was a lot of times when you see teams make like mid-year changes or you have a lot of like young talent rookie players, you'll kind of pug out a lot of games, but especially on their map of Sunset, it was beautiful to watch them just run through the playbook on their attack side of their XX. They had so many good just 5-player hits, but also their splits working through mid, working through top mid with the Sage Walls. It was very deliberate, the plan they had coming out.
Yeah, and I think a big part of that is Ticky's in because, you know, before when you look at Loud, oftentimes they couldn't actually do a full default because oftentimes they'd call Luke Show over and have to kind of force him to be that secondary entry when he was on that chamber. But now, like, he's able to go do his lurk things while Tickazin's kind of just like running it down on the other side.
So 2 teams that both had their new changes pay off in week 1, but they're in a pretty similar position. If you take a look at the champs points, they're both in this kind of middle of the pack outside area where it's really close right now. So a match today, just getting another win on the board after already getting this early success is going to be massive if you want a chance for that outside 3rd, 4th spot in the points.
Yeah, and honestly, like the points is it's tough to make it when you consider that you have 3 teams already up into the double digits. So I don't even know if doing it through points is going to be good enough. They might need to just prove that they can go all the way, but certainly you can't be dropping games if you want to stay in that conversation.
I mean,
now.
And it does all start here considering that they're both 1-0 right now, just building up that momentum to kind of hopefully carry into playoffs eventually. That's going to be big.
It absolutely will. It was strong week 1s for both of these squads with their new rosters, but now it's a full-strength Sentinels facing off against Loud. Map 1 of your 2nd series is coming up with Brennan Josh after the break.
You need to know the map, brother. Time. GG, brother.
Earns another one back up. Jonah P looking to see if he can play off the back of all this chaos. Weaving in and out past the cove. And he's found his mark, found his timing!
E vai ter pressão pra cima dele, a equipe da Cru começando o lado de ataque. Casi! Mais uma, vem a terceira também! Tá com 10 de vida, mas ele sobe do Les!
Well, let's get to it then. What a teaser that previous game was, eh? What a taste as we get into it with Sentinels versus Loud. Why are you smiling?
Boosh.
Sure, yeah.
It was quick.
Entree.
It was quick.
Something like that. Sen versus Loud, though. This one's important, honestly. You might be mistaken, to be honest, because you see us on the couch in a smoothie bar. The players are potentially in a shoebox. And you might be thinking to yourself, well, you know, we're just waiting to get into the planes and whatnot. But this is a match that has stakes. It has importance because when you think about it, what these two teams are playing for, the Desk alluded to it, there's no champ points on the line. It's not about wins for them to try and find a way to get into champions that way. They really do just have to hit the floor running off the rip right now. And to be honest, making 1 or 2 seeds in their group. Now, number 1 seed, that might be a little bit too much for them to reach with the way that 100 Thieves are playing currently. But there's a very real possibility that they can potentially overtake G2. And the other team that might be the contender is each other, Sentinels or Loud.
Yeah, it does sound a bit crazy when we're putting it like that you might be able to jump over the heads of G2 after we just saw them decimate C9.
Yeah.
But I think this is one of the moments in history where G2 have looked a little vulnerable. And so if you are rooting for one of these two teams to make it to a top 2 position in the group, you've got to hope that they're capitalizing on every possible opportunity presented to at least put themselves in a position where they could do that. And this match is one of those. It also gives us our first opportunity to be able to look at SEN, look at how they want to play, how John's going to lead the team, because last week we saw them honestly put together a really good win on the board in very tough circumstances.
It was. I mean, they were given a lifeline, really. A lot of players individually stepped up. Cortesi on the opening map as well. He was lights out. And obviously Marv stepping in for them as well. Helping out for them all around. A map pool, it's something to discuss really here. I mean, Loud actually opting into Lotus as an opening map, which is interesting.
Yeah, that was the one map that they ended up losing to Crew, but I think you can kind of put that down to Crew just being a... Is it rude to call them a one-map team if they are a one-map team?
I don't think so at this point. I mean, there's enough evidence for it, isn't there? So
on the other side of things, if you're looking towards map 2, both teams really like Breeze. This is one where I think both squads are very happy to be here. So SEN are using their map select on a map that Loud is super happy to be playing. I think Loud will be really content with this map pool overall because also SEN then get rid of Summit towards the end, which... It's not that we know who's good or bad necessarily on it between these two teams. We've seen SEN play it, but that was without John. They did kind of destroy. Saw some awesome moments coming out from Joe in that ace. Is still stuck in my head as one of the best plays I think we'll see all stage. But it's high variance whenever you get a new map.
You don't want to leave it to a coin flip necessarily. With Summit being played, obviously you can tell there is a slight delay as we're getting into the game. Now, I don't know what the issue is. I'm seeing players stood up. I need to see asses in seats. I need to see this game get underway, but I'm sure we're going to be correcting it soon enough and we will be getting to it.
Yeah, you're going to go out there and sort them out?
Not really. I don't think that is under my job responsibilities. But
I think this match is so interesting compared to the one that we just watched because I felt like it was difficult to take big learning moments away from G2C9, whereas there is so much to learn about these two teams here. What last week from SEN, we saw the absolute flaw, right? They weren't playing with their IGL. They didn't have their full squad in. So the only thing you know about their performance against C9 is it can only get better from there, and they were still good enough to be able to get the win on the board. So now you get to see tons of different stuff about how John wants to call the team.
Appendix status removed is a crazy one.
Well, I mean, is it true?
It is. It's a fact.
It's
he's
literally a
back in,
fact.
and he is recovered for it.
And he's also an incredibly important player for this team. He's, one of the legacy players of that incredibly successful version of Sentinels that played throughout 2024. Also, a guy who's had to shift his role around fairly considerably since that period of time. He was known as a Sentinel player, moved over to playing Initiators for the team, has moved over to playing Smokes, and had an astonishingly good start to this year. Do you remember when John was he had the hand of God? Everything he touched turned to gold.
Could do no wrong, really. Could do no wrong whatsoever. Looks like we got best people on it, to be honest, figuring this one out. On the other side of things, too, with this Loud team, I mean, we're going to be talking about it, I think, a bunch. But honestly, the injection of new rookie talent with Tigazine in place into this roster is, for me personally, I mean, I think it's exactly what Loud needed. Somebody who's able to flex onto multiple duelists for them. You're going to be challenged in terms of him playing Raze, Jets, Neon. But he's doing it incredibly well. He gives them the necessary flexibility that Loud have needed for quite some time. And somebody's just going to take over occasionally in rounds.
I think that's actually a really good point, because he's looked consistent in the maps that we've seen him play. And he's also looked like he's taken that fragging ability from Tier 2 and translated it very, very well to Tier 1. I mean, look at this. His damage per round at 156. He's also got the flexibility in terms of the duelist that he's playing. Doesn't seem like he's stuck in a one-track mind of, he specializes in X particular duelist agent.
What a lot of teams are suffering from right now.
Yeah. So I think Tigazine has been a fantastic addition. He's really been able to add a ton of firepower to a squad that wasn't lacking it, to be honest. It's just that you now have threats at the front and back of the pack with Tigazine, and then Luxio, to be honest, is the other big guy. When we had Timotino on the couch and he was talking about this match, he said, Loud are winning this for sure. 100%.
All praise for Loud.
Is what Timotino said, because they have, what did he say? Did he say they've got God or something?
He's him.
They've got Luxio.
And then we started talking about Ye, and then we got called Unks by Timotino.
Yeah, well, that's what happens, I guess, when you talk to the younger players.
We're seeing the range here. Speculation time.
Yeah, a little bit of warm-up for Cortezia. Cortezia's been great as well for this squad. He's facing Brazilian opposition again today. These are the games that I always think of as being incredibly entertaining to watch. There is a lot of incredible Sentinel talent from Brazil. And from Les to Cortezia to Luxio, they're drowning in it, man. They have so many incredibly talented, outrageously mechanically gifted Sentinel players from Brazil, and watching them go toe-to-toe here. Would you have your money on somebody in particular between the two of them?
It's a great question. We're digging deep into the story points now, aren't we?
I mean, I think I'd still have my money on Luxio, but I really would not be mad if anyone had the opinion that Cortezia has.
Cortezia's just been incredibly consistent as well, though.
Yeah,
he
really has.
It feels like he doesn't really miss a beat.
He adds a ton of energy to the team too.
Yes.
I think when you're looking at somebody like Cortezia, you're looking at someone who can add a lot into the team environment that goes
that's part of the reason why they said that they picked him up.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it was Rob Moore that was talking about it, about seeing this guy stand up, inject the energy in, even when, I can't remember what game it was, but they were like 10-2 down. They got 2 rounds maybe. They were getting absolutely smacked around, and it was Cortezia that was still standing up, bringing the energy. Intangible, really. You don't really see it, but you definitely do, I think, when the camera's on. All right, we're getting into it, though. Agent select, and there's not going to be anything too crazy here. It's Lotus at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen some teams experiment with running double duelist. Loud just played against Crew, who played double duelist on this map, but instead, both of these squads going for what you would consider to be the most standard, fundamental, principled approach to Lotus, which is this idea of having your hard Sentinel, having your Viper, being able to play extremely well on the defense side, but also giving you lots of options to play both fast and slow on attack. It's something that both of these squads will be used to. My eyes on the attack side are going to be firmly on John QT. I think this is such a great opportunity early on a map that rewards attack side IGLing to look at what he's going to do with this team. Is he going to call lots of fast rounds? Does he want to try to put himself in position to impact the round enormously as a lurk player, which he can do and we've seen him do in the past? What style does he want to run with, and how good does SEN look when they have their full squad actually out here on the server?
Yeah, a real test of form, really, is what we're looking forward to with this one. That's what this stage is really about, is making sure that you do look as best as possible before you get into that essential either play-ins, or if you're lucky enough, you've been playing well enough all the way to the playoffs if you're able to skip it. It's definitely a luxury. A lot of teams have got their eyes on it currently, and these two teams, I think, are going to be also gunning for a potential spot.
I mean, if SEN could dodge the play-ins, that would also mean they dodge a rivalry revenge match with Kaplan and Caillou, the former coach and former IGL of Sentinels, who are currently playing for M80. That's what awaits SEN if they don't make top 2 in this group. And matches like this could define who even has an opportunity to contest G2 for that kind of spot.
Yeah, I can't agree. I think we still have a lot of questions in terms of where G2 might be form-wise. These two teams might be looking to hold a candle to them, but for now, they've got to get through each other. And we could be looking back at this match right here, right now, as one of the more pivotal ones, I think, over the course of Stage 2. What defines potentially your run of whether or not you can even make it to champs. But let's get to it. And Lotus, questions are going to be answered, no doubt about it. Eyes onto Sentinels for their attack side. How do they look after a big long break? We finally get to see the full roster put together.
And it looks like SEN want to take control of the game early. A B pistol round. But Loud have got people ready to receive.
Yeah, they do. Slow going for now. Just the 4 of them, in case there's contact with Paranoia being held. That peak, though, that's Davi just immediately putting a bit of hurt and laying it all the way down. But there's a nade at your feet, and you're going to have to respect it. Haunt not dealt with, Jerwin. Immediately taken out. Into the pop we go, though, and that plants. Deny for now. It's a lovely nade, just sails Koreans right into the perfect spot there, but a second go of things. Jonah.
Planted.
Finally now, into the post plant we go. Loud have got a lot of discipline.
Very grouped up at the moment from SEN, but now Godzilla repositions, goes and takes over towards B main.
Still with that Paranoia held, though. Looking for the util to be used by Loud as the door's going to be open and wide. Trying to pull attention away. Paranoia's going to be sweeping early here. Doesn't catch on to anyone. Jonah P lowers anything, and it's Tikazine immediately answers back straight away. Just trying to weave in and out, ducking within the pit. It's short on QT. Getting the most done here, but it leaves it just up to Cortezia. 45 HP. He was unaccounted for a moment, and the shots going just far too wide. Time was of the essence, but Loud get it under control.
That is such a patient retake from Loud. They tapped the door. SEN took the bait, thought that they were fighting, wasted Paranoia, had to overpush. Getting caught with John's fuel expiring as well. And Jonah P just ends up out in the open to Kazim with an easy kill. Very good discipline from Loud.
It is, yeah. I mean, they squeezed every second you could get.
Yep.
Out of the post plant.
Really lovely stuff.
Do love to see it.
This is a team that's lacking quite a lot of experience. So having them play in a way that is this disciplined and shows a lot of character, I think, for Loud.
Yeah, pacey at the right moments. Ton of util here, but it's all going to be steadily dealt with, really. Erde backs himself up now. More defensive position here. Flip of the switch. That door's going to be open and wide. This is just SEN. Definitely posturing.
Rounds like that as well also showcase the level of control that Erde has over the team, right? Everybody knows exactly what their job is. The newer coaching staff of Romanilli coming in as well, I'm sure, helps with all of that. But if you're looking at the IGL versus IGL matchup, there is a massive experience difference between these two.
Yeah.
And John will be hoping to exploit that, but Erde's got his team on such a tight leash, and it works really well. He gives them the flexibility to make plays when required, though. Luke Show is allowed to play fairly loose at times on his defensive anchoring and attack side lurking. And he may well get tested here.
Well, 2 players in through B. Looks like the goal is just to poke over towards A, but then send it to try and get that plant down. And there's nobody home on the B side, so you're going to be able to get the extra pocket change in the back pocket.
This is one of those rounds where you've got to make something happen in the post plant.
Yeah. We'll see just how far that discipline can go from Loud. They were very patient when they were trying to play this retake again. Not seeing any pushing, are we?
No, not being proactive about this one.
Letting the fight come to them. Season a nade, though. That is quite good, but you can just tuck towards a corner. That'd be a little bit worse for Ware, but still alive for now. Paranoia also going to be sweeping, blinded up, but Luke Shaw anticipating the angle. Still Jonas straight there. Again, two-piece already found. Luke Shaw just trying to insert himself and announce himself towards that conversation. Couldn't see it. In the slightest of blind spots for just a second, and it does make it deadly.
Yeah,
a little bit expensive.
That one was expensive, and I think the big difference there, Brennan, is that they disrespected the Viper Orb. So Loud's patience in the round 1 retake was partly just to get all of the fuel out of John QT's orb that he puts up there. And look at this. Jonah playing inside of it again, basically the exact same post-plant setup, but Loud weren't willing to wait it out this time. And they paid for it. So that's going to take a lot of the bite out of this bonus round. Erda coming in with a Vandal and Darker with a Bulldog. But this should be Sen's to take.
Got the guns, they're not taking any chances. It's full armor. Like I said, it should be Sen's to take. All things considered, that's a crazy risk to be taken, but...
Yeah, just...
Yeah, that's with the rifle too.
That's a pure gamble on the bonus round there. Erda just banking on the fact that his A players were telling him there was a little bit of noise being made. And just hoping that that was an A-lean default.
Interesting maneuver.
Yeah, walking out through your own one-way.
Yeah.
A one-way to put it. You won't see them do that on a round that isn't the bonus, though.
No.
Unless the brainworms have got them.
Yeah. That's Tickerzing going to get spotted here by the Prowler.
I don't think Jonah's going to let him get this gun.
Well,
but at some point he has to give it up.
He does. He's defending it for now, but how much do you want to fight over it? That's the question. Because again, Tickerzing, he's no slouch. Sheriff in his hands. But still, Jonah P, good level of awareness here. Door's going to be open and wide. Luke Shaw, you sneaky lads. Waiting for the right timing over this one, but again, similar gameplay, and we're just, I mean, what are we witnessing?
I mean, that was a bizarre one. They hadn't cleared Darker
behind. I'm not going to lie, tripped me out for a second. I thought they were on the same team.
They hadn't cleared Darker behind the box the entire time, and then John's clutching his chest. I think it gave him a heart attack as well.
Yeah, that's a funny one. Okay.
The 6th player of Sentinels. I'm not talking about Tarek.
It's just, I mean, yeah. Confused me.
Yeah. Okay, that round, though, extremely light buy on the bonus from Loud. And Erda took a gigantic gamble at the very beginning, and it didn't pay off. So now we get to see our first rifle round. If this series is about learning where Sen are at with their main team, rounds like this are going to tell you so much.
Going back to the opening default here. Just smoke a bit, bits and pieces of the util to see if he can lay claim to Mound. It's given up freely.
Jonah's been prioritizing getting that ult online, so Nightfall up very early here, considering it's a expensive ult.
You're really hearing the Thorns, but not much else. Wondering where the setup could be. Just trying to see if they can fish for the break on the Thorns.
John clearing that high ground position as he
Might
scales
get cleared here, though. He needs to be in a very sticky situation, potentially. He's got the orb. He'll be able to cross. Just enough fuel in the tank to potentially just weather the storm. Meanwhile, ult's expended. It's going to be Nightfall scattering. Erde can't really hear anything, but still just going to be sidestepping into this one. But all that damage done. Barely alive. Sliver of HP. The Paranoia is just a last-ditch attempt to see if he can try and live in the process. Now we're going to see it. Season and Aid. Going to be deaded early here. It's Joan going down from Tickerzing. Brings it into the 4v4 to retake. Fast now. Off the cuff here from Loud. Already with that control over towards Waterfall, but they need to account for Redux's position. He gets a dink straight through the wall. He's really going to be backing up and away, trying to play off his team's pressure, but that orb in their face does cause difficulties. Redux is basically on an island here. He's going to answer in kind. It's domination from him. Now Vandal in his palms. He's making it sing.
God, Redux is one of my favorite players to watch at the moment. I love the risks that he takes in spots that are dangerous, and his raw skill is really pleasant on the eyes. I mean, that little one tap there as he just swings around. Super tight angle. But also, John plays that round perfectly. And he really barely has any impact with his gun at all. But as soon as he identifies the team is trying to, that Loud are trying to re-clear him over towards Rubble, he calls for his squad to accelerate. That's exactly how you want to play a 4-1 attack side. Your one player who's the lurker realizes, oh, if they're trying to threaten me on A, they must have a lot of bodies there. And that means that my squad can get in much easier on the C side. Little smile there from Ewok. He's happy about that one.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you be?
What about as well as you could really hope for?
Yeah, well played Macro and the SEN players hitting their shots.
Loud. It's a counter forward. A lovely trade from Tigazine. He's straight onto that line. Redux is going to be punished as a result. Not before he did the damage, though. That gun needs to be reclaimed. He wants it. Smoke layer down. He's got the rifle back. John, though, not content to give up this space. The rest of his team is calling him back over towards C. Heavy prioritization over the showstopper.
No.
Lovely adjustment. That was John surviving here. 49 HP, though, to Nade will at least sail overhead. Take him out.
He's done a great job, but this time SEN can't accelerate as easily because the Vice setup is right in front of them.
That's the difficult part, isn't it? But they are looking potentially to contact all the way in. Angles aren't being held. It's Cortazir who's the brave one. Putting on a brave face and a show of form. Slinger's not enough for the job there, but Darker, it's got a bandit. At least tries to level it out. To Tigazine now in that 1v2. Damage done to Cortazir. One away from the showstopper for Tigazine. Same could be said for Jerwin.
Planted. Launching thorns. Thorns are alive.
Not that it's going to be playing a factor in this one. It's all Tigazine really seeing how he can take this in a 1v2. Got to be careful.
I mean, that setup in the post plan is so good from Cortazir.
Walls up. Makes noise though. 25 HP. Steps forwards. Does ISO to fight down nicely. He's got a showstopper now. But no satchels. A pre-fire into the corner. He's left guessing. Not a clue in the world. That's all played for. Holding of the breath from Cortazir. He's on 9 HP himself. He didn't want to show even any signs of life. Not a sound. But now finally, it's all on Tigazine. He's got that half earned already, sticking all the way forwards and through for Cortazir. Swings, plays it well with the punish.
9 HP, the difference in that round, and that was with lighter weaponry from Loud. They definitely made SEN sweat about that one. But there were so many good moments there from both teams. I love the way that John plays it over towards Rubble. I can't believe that he's able to get back into that space as easily and still manages to get a kill out of this. How on earth has Erda missed that one?
It's absurd.
And Cortazir also loved the way that he's utilizing his utility in the post plant there and played the clutch pretty beautifully too. But Loud are keeping the pressure on despite the fact that they're now down a round. But these Rubble mid-round re-clear fights have not been decisive for them.
No.
If anything, they've actually just opened up opportunities for John to either win the round through his calling or his individual skill.
So they've got big tools here that they could utilize to just brute force this one forwards. They haven't really gone for any fast plays. It's usually just been pump fakes and away, but now we're going to see it, finally. Bit of emphasis being placed onto it, but what a shot by Erde. Okay, straight to the temple. Jerwin's taking out Darker, flooding in off the team's pressure. Loud, putting on a hell of a defense. And just like that, the Sentinels' offense is just going to be crumbling beneath them. Redux has the spike, has an ult, but really, he's got to hunt for a couple of individual kills, I think, to even just make it one step more winnable.
Yeah, I think if he gets a pick here, though, he might well commit the ult to this.
Might send it. Could be preempting it at the back of his mind. He just needs a kill or two to go his way and potentially could take it, but no. Double up there, bit of a high-low. Darker, who was instantly on the scene of the site.
What a shutdown. Loud looking way more comfortable as soon as SEN increased the tempo. Their reaction was immediate. They knew what they had to do. Instead of playing the retake like they were over towards B, Erda in that tuck position that Jerwin didn't clear, gets the shutdown and then everyone floods back in. Completely boxing Sentinels in. No space given by that showstopper at all.
No.
So it's probably going to be slower rounds from here on out for SEN because at fast tempo, Loud have proven that they can deal with it.
That's brave from John QT. He's just making sure to break the bits and pieces of util over towards A, always keeping Loud guessing. It's keeping 3 of their players essentially tethered over there, but...
This is one of the few times, actually, where he's backed off in the first 20 seconds, though.
Yeah.
You know, normally he sticks around to try to break a boombot or break a horn. This time the Prowler's going to re-clear over towards A, and Loud now have better macro ideas or understanding in this round than they have done previously. For whatever reason, though, they're not rotating off, even though the Prowlers are nothing.
The ones are going to be deaded early, though. Darker feeling pressured in a spot like this. He's just got that one smoke to really duck and weave away from, but his contact plays Senna walking all the way in, and it spoiled a surprise. One hell of a surprise at that. Luke Shaw looking to see if he can plug up the gap. A lot of damage done. Tings through the wall, still squaring up, but that's still guard and forced to be respected now. Peeling all the way back and away. A lot of damage done, though. This Nate can do some serious work, and that's it. Target found and target acquired. Still, Jonah P gives up his life for the cause. The plant is down at least.
And it's a bad plant as well. They have to play on site here.
Both players now, Cortazir and Redux, going to be forced into uncomfortable territory. Still waiting for the cooldowns to come back online. There's a horn there, but as that, again, top of the head's just pointing away towards a top. Cortazir and Redux doing it all on their lonesome, essentially. That was a very, very tough position to be pushed into.
Redux being able to be the supportive guy in that situation. He really can do it all, but Cortazir's aim is so sharp. You see him laser focused on the players coming towards him. You thought normally, I mean, his aim would have to swing away to break the horn. No, Redux has got his back. 100% trust from Cortazir in that situation.
Nice! Come on! Let's go!
Cortazir stays laser focused on the opposition and shuts down the retake.
It's a big one.
Loud are getting boxed out of these rounds. Early ideas looked good with the discipline on the B retakes, and now these slower rounds that are ending mostly towards C. Ewok's got the number, he's got him downloaded.
Yeah, but it is a SEN timeout, interestingly enough. So they hit the button off the back of, presumably in this round before the clutch went off.
That is strange.
When things went wrong, either out, it was a, I don't know, misinput.
No, I mean, it's a big red button. You can't miss the input too much, can you?
I don't know.
Ewok's leaning on it.
Scratching your elbow, you just you knock it accidentally. It'll be funny.
I'm struggling to imagine what the timeout has been taken for here, though, because I actually think that contact play into C was a lovely idea.
Yeah, it was. It was good.
I mean, maybe he just wants to be proactive about the adjustments that they're making and try to keep Loud constantly on the back foot. But I'd say that right now, it feels like SEN have the better understanding of how the map's being played. The fast round they went for didn't work, but otherwise, John's pressure towards Rubble and the way that they're being able to get into C is really nice.
Yeah, real working of the map here from John QT. Sentinels had the right ideas. Whole bundle of util here, but let's get some enlightenment from the Sentinels side.
Guys, is gonna go down. Keep walking, boys. Keep walking.
Drop your wall, drop your wall.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Can you smoke stairs for him?
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, could be behind the box.
Get rid of Walla.
This face was this wall.
I'm opening tree right now.
He played ceiling last
I'll contact that blind.
It's close.
Blind.
Ceiling.
One is ceiling.
Ceiling and one
open door.
Open door, I'll see.
We gotta make a play. See.
Yeah,
I'm blind.
One B. One ceiling. You have C.
Fighting water. Or ceiling.
You should have C. One more B. Go C.
There's gonna be one water.
It's gonna be fade. You alone.
Okay.
I'm running now. I have one thorn and flash.
They might go fast. I know you have a problem.
You going to all? Or?
No, I'm not.
Alright.
I need to reload.
Cortez has one thorn. We can throw a flash for you.
You do have full
I've
gas?
got no 20. Wait.
Can you get gas when you have it?
Yeah, well, I have now.
One water.
It's gonna go down. It's gonna go down.
Go down.
It's going down.
2 water.
I've got.
One more water.
Just hide.
I thorn.
We're thorning.
Amin has a gun.
We can walk out with that
I
thorn.
can flash for you behind you. I'll break. Cortez can look top side. I can flash. Flashing.
Sack me.
Ben. Top side. I'm playing.
Off.
You go first.
Last player standing.
Needs half. Count to 2.
You just go.
Nice! I mean, let's go.
I love that you die so
Welcome back.
the second.
They are playing these situations so damn well.
That is nice.
That was a lovely little listening from SEN's side.
Nice.
Beautiful communication of things that they could do for each other.
Yep.
Not just things that they wanted to do themselves, but I mean, that was really nice stuff. I will say, though, this was a 5v3, and Loud spotted an opportunity to try to close out the round there and then at front B.
Bro, I love that you die so I can read the second. Bro, look at me. You died, so I can win the second clutch of the day, bro.
But I think Loud, when they're in a 5v3 like that, Tikazine fights front B and Erda opens the door C.
Yeah.
You do not need to try to force 5v3 rounds.
You don't. And it's ended up spelling to the defeat of Loud so far here. Again, Sentinels are going to be sending this one straight up through into the A site.
For as
no
much
fear
as
whatsoever.
Yeah, for as much as we were complimenting them on their discipline earlier on, they absolutely lost it there.
Losing track of things, but yeah, can't sing the praises enough for Sentinels off the back of that listening here. They are in a prime position now. Juwin just one away from the ult. Love to get a little eco kill to his name. Something to look forward to as we get into round 10. This is essentially cleaned up at this point.
Yeah, this round had very few threats in it, and I think SEN know that they can go faster towards A on a round like this.
Juwin should go hunt.
Yeah, even if he dies here, no problem really. He's just looking to try to get this orb online. Prowler as well to try to set him up. He's
not going to go for
not committing to it.
There we go.
All right, good to see, good to see. Seemed like he wanted to back off in that situation and someone told him, nah, just go get your kill.
Send it. They got money.
Ooh.
Davy did reclaim the rifle.
That'll help a little bit with the money, but to be honest with you, it's rounds on the board that matter here. Yeah. Way more for Loud. They just lost a 5v3 that cost them 2 rounds because of it then contributing to an eco afterwards.
It was the 2v3 prior to, a little bit earlier on.
Oh yeah, it's all been player advantage situations that Loud have let slip.
Yeah.
They're not playing the early rounds too badly. They were offering, I think, a little bit too easy of an opportunity to get into C and get the plants down. But now they've started fighting over Mound a bit more aggro.
Really seeing SEN, I think, reaping the rewards of the break that they've had. They're looking nice. Pit's going to be layered down here from Loud. It's going to try and simplify the map ever so slightly. They're going to be sending this one again. There's no baiting at the wall. Juwin's going to be sent flying forwards now with that showstopper. There's no blue room open for him to see if he can hunt down any remaining players, but they'll be happy with the space. Scales all the way forwards now, get the rest of the team involved. A pit of their own as well is going to be causing even more complexity for the retake.
Yeah, very specific pit there from John as well. Tucks himself in the corner with a lineup and then drops it immediately.
Okay, Nightfall's coming, and that was on the other side of things of that. We just see it, smokes on smokes. Redix looking to see if he can create little pockets to play in here. Some carnage and chaos that can potentially thrive, and he just gets the one nade and the handed. And it's a guessing game as to where these players might lie. Still Loud, retreating and backing up and away is what it looks like. Trying to save for another day. Another round on the board here for Sentinels.
These B retakes have all been about how John plays around his util. In the first couple of rounds, it was Jonah playing inside of the orb, and now it's John putting a pit down, and it just makes it so difficult to get back into B. These rounds that John is selecting are so specific to the ults that they have online. You can't do a B exec like that unless Jerwin has his showstopper, because otherwise you can't buy the time for the Vice Wall to retract back again. So the showstopper here, its sole job is to just like take all of the space and then hold it for long enough that the rest of his team can come in and help Jerwin. And then once they have that spot, the pit goes down. I really love the way that John's been calling.
It's a rookie mistake.
What was that alluding to? Not too sure. Loud though, time for them to take a time out. They were given a bit of grace, I think, when SEN took that one earlier for an opportunity to talk to the team, sort things out. But they are really struggling now. This is potentially the difference between 7-5, a respectable half, or one where you're getting absolutely shut out.
Oh, they have guns and they have ults. So there's not going to be some kind of snowball happening for these final 2 rounds of the half. This is an opportunity for the coaching staff to come in and give them 2 good ideas to try to level this half out a little bit. A 7-5 half is fine. I mean, they won the pistol, so it's not great, but it's fine. And then you just have to rely on Erda to be able to give you a bunch of attacking rounds, or Luxo with the clutches, with the lurks, to be able to put you in winnable positions. But these last 2 rounds, they mean everything, and to be honest with you, both of them have to go Loud's way in order to make this feel competitive. SEN have been very firmly in control. The only rifle round they lost was that fast A hit where Loud looked extremely tight with the flood.
Yeah.
I think something they could improve on are these rubble reclear ideas. To be honest, it kind of feels like they've given up with them because the execution wasn't good enough. Loud have started also fighting over towards Mound a bit more, but SEN have not really been contesting this ever since they made the adjustment.
No. It was the early rounds, like you said, beginning of the half, but not much since then.
And beginning of the half, Loud were playing bunker setups on C.
Yeah.
Whereas now you see Vice swapping over towards A. Urda making it his responsibility to grab information on C.
Jonah is posturing like there are more players here, and this is crazy from him. All the way forwards, baiting the wall for the team. He's alone doing that.
They're making it feel like it's a B to C default currently. Loud are hearing these noise cues, and actually there's a double lurk potential over towards A. Again, now more fakes. Big call from John here, faking like they're going over towards A. The Prowler clears it out, though.
Urda, I mean, at least spotted. Top of his head. He's got to be careful. Does have the TP to get out.
I think Loud actually do have a decent read about this. The Prowler was important.
On Rubble too.
Yeah, Luke Show's getting deep on Rubble. So they're going to be able to stack bodies over towards C. Tukazine is in the perfect spot to give Loud a massively important round. Another fake.
We're going to be throwing ults into it, apparently. Just trying to make the most of this one. Tukazini's running over towards it, but they've called it off ever so slightly. Still Sen prime now to pound straight through this smoke as it dissipates. It's going to be Nade sailing. Erde now under that pressure. A really hot position. We're going to see this one with a showstopper that just goes and leads, claims that one kill. Still Sentinels flooding in. The exchange of the fire here brings it into a 2v2, but time against them. Spike needs to be reclaimed. It's not been picked up. John doesn't have it. He needs to earn these kills. He's got to circle all the way back. Where is it? Top of the box. Finally gets it. And now we see it. Time barely online, but the plant is there. We see that extension once more. Luke Shaw just drifting into a horrible scenario. 1v2 for him to see if he can piece together anything. Try and get past these players already seeing signs to life. Save Might's going to be good. Connects into the corner. John finding his time, just trying to play it down to the bitter moment. Time still being played here, but that swing by Jonah P.
It's so good.
It is. It's just on the right timing. The Lucio doesn't even anticipate any sort of trade coming through.
Yep. When Jonah doesn't immediately trade out John there, it makes it feel like he's going for a flank, going for a play, reposition himself somewhere else. And he just picks a delayed timing right as Luke Shaw swaps away. This round was so winnable from Loud. I loved all the different layers of how John was faking, where they were actually looking to end. The B fake from Jonah P was inspired because it pulled Tukazine away just when they thought they had it right and it was going towards C. At best now for Loud, this is an 8-4 half.
We kind of teed it up, didn't we? In terms of the IGLs, John QT versus Erde. Monumental difference in terms of the experience. And I think you're seeing it made manifest. I mean, if you're getting kills like that too, it's really everything going right for you. Luke Shaw is having to take risks here. He's way ahead of the door, just tries to take the fight forwards, anticipating that it could be just a solo player. Not the case. Loud are crumbling.
Urda might feel like he even has to take the risk and force the fight. Same with Davi. They don't have their own Viper Wall to be able to escape, so Davi's got to back into B.
They're left guessing constantly.
Most of these rounds have been Sen digging themselves out of player disadvantage situations, which is remarkable considering that they're up 8-3, but this is one where they've got a 4v3, a player to the good, and they found the empty site again. I mean, just so much good stuff to say about the way that John's been navigating this on attack.
Season's going to be landing where they anticipated, but lucky for Sen, nobody is home. Still, John goes down in through at B Avenue. That's going to even it up into a 3v3. It's given Loud chances now.
And they're taking this very individually, Brent.
I mean, he's so far forwards. Who else is going to be playing here with him? Absolutely nobody at all. He's pulling Util out at least. They're going to be gliding back to the rest of the pack here. The Hornets at least clearing a portion of the site, but there's a smoke in their faces. They've got to get past this one now. Jonah P, just 50 health to work with here, but he is shutting the door in their faces. Redux to play off that pressure once more. Davi left alone to his devices. A 9-3 half is what Sentinels have earned up. It's been clinical from them.
Switching sides.
Another spot where Redux just gets a play off a teammate. I thought it might descend into individualism towards the end, but Jonah dances on the edge of it so brilliantly. Like you said, baiting out all of that retake utility and then falling back into a spot where Redux can swing off his contact. It's remarkably well played. This is a very nice half from Sen.
Let's go, boys. Come on.
Checking all the boxes right now, this Sentinel squad. 9-3 currently, looking to take it all the way.
Coming to the game day, I'm going to feel a little bit more nervous than regular game days. Definitely more excited and 100% more pressure.
Push out over the top for Kiko. Leviatán just puts his life on the line, sets it up for Kiko. NRG take the opening map over XLG here at Masters London.
Everyone on my team has won a champs, and Ethan has won 2. And I haven't won anything, so at the beginning of the season, it was pretty hard to like feel good enough. A lot of confidence issues coming into the team.
Well, let's get to it then here. 9-3. Loud still all smiles on a lot of their faces, to be honest, despite the fact that they are down these 6 rounds. And again, bit of a correction from us here, but we're seeing it now. Lock in as well with a #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. Make sure to scan that QR code on your screens and get involved here. But it's the Sentinels that are looking honestly really, really nice. Finally getting a chance to stretch out their legs a little bit with John QT back in the main lineup.
Yeah, good to see. Their attack side calling, I think, was extremely good. They've got themselves up a 6-round lead, like you said, on their opponent's map pick.
Yeah, it's nice.
And you can see here a small correction from us. That was Loud's tactical timeout earlier on that was taken, where we were puzzled about why SEN would have taken one after winning.
Makes more sense.
Yeah. So Loud now with no tag timeouts to work with either.
Got to piece it together 1 round at a time.
We had so many questions about why Loud had picked this map when it was the one that they ended up losing to Crew.
Yeah.
But all right, fair enough. Maybe they thought the matchup would work for them. A lot of pressure, a lot of responsibility on the shoulders of Erde here to guide his team to some good rounds on the attack.
See if they're up to the task here. Jerwin is already ahead of most of this one. Holding down to that angle, but spotted out, but still locked onto the line. Damage done with that bandit. No kill claim for the second one, but still it's going to be pot shots raining down through that wall. What is here? Making him bleed, but it goes either way here. Jonah P also somehow dropped down to 1 HP. Door, it's going to be opened up wide. This is Loud, fully committing. It looks like if it was the A side, but they're going to have to bait out that wall for now.
Cortezia wants to hold his ground.
Yeah, moving forwards, but that horn needs to be dealt with, and now he has to weave backwards and forwards. Still, bailout is in order. John QT from that high ground. Offers it all, really. Respite for now. Oh, couldn't quite help out Cortezia, but still, he's done some damage and more.
Yeah, that was a headshot through the wall.
Yeah. Brought into a very winnable spot. Player advantage here for SEN. Giving themselves up. Darker. Got his eyes on the doorway now. Knows it's been opened up, but that's Jonah P just playing this one perfectly, causing chaos and confusion. Trying to pull the attention away for these Loud players for now, but Darker's back onto the line. It's going to take some real sharp shooting on display. Instantly traded once more. And Davi, it's only 6 HP to his name. It's not enough to get anything done.
Well, this might be a remarkably dominant map here for SEN. Loud are going to be in a spot where I think they kind of have to force down 3 to 10 on their map pick.
Yeah.
SEN utterly in control since round 3, basically. A tiny little blip. A single rifle round lost. Otherwise, they've been immaculate.
Flattening them.
Digging themselves out of tough positions some of the time as well. In other times, really, really in control of the game. And Loud, they're not going to go to force. They're going to play to try to run this one all the way back, allowing SEN to get up to 11.
Okay.
Didn't feel like they got enough kills, perhaps, even though they got the plant money down.
Yeah, SEN are not taking any chances. 4 Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Judge in the hands of Jerwin.
Yeah.
No reason to really min-max when... There's always the possibility of Loud forcing into it. We know they are not.
You don't need to get greedy. You only need 3 rounds.
Yeah. Playing this one out, though. Jerwin, potential for this guy to feast.
And there's no Prowlers.
Oh, dear.
No Prowler at all.
Loud gearing up to this. The one player you do not want to feed Alt Orbs to, and Jerwin could be primed for absolutely everything now. Oh, my. It's a blender! Thrown into the mix. Almost unlucky to not get the follow-up onto the last 2 players, but he's definitely softened them up for now. For the follow-up and through. Cortezia spraying them down, isn't he? Hail of bullets barely whistling past the heads of these Loud players. They're getting the plant down at least.
Darker got an earpiece in there, I think.
Yeah. don't know how he's living in the midst of all of this one still. Making it really uncomfortable for these Loud players, and with the judging over his hand, it's not exactly a gun you can really take the initiative with. Being peppered from multiple directions, picked apart at the seams of the way that Sentinels handle it.
Well, if this is Sen's form on their opponent's map pick, what the hell does the rest of their map pool look like? This is immaculate stuff. It looks really clean.
They've not been wasting time in a break by the looks of it.
No.
We were talking at the beginning, I think, about this series, I think, being almost a statement of, can you contest? Can you potentially reach greater heights of pushing to potentially take a second seed spot in your group?
Yeah, I think it's about, we've already seen the floor of Sen, right? Because we saw them without John and with Martin, and like, okay, they're at least, and on their worst day, still going to be able to beat Cloud9, which is a crazy thing to say. But at their best, we have no idea. We don't know, honestly, what the ceiling of this team looks like in Stage 2. But I think you're getting glimpses at the potential, at the very least, of it here. Could they possibly fight for top 2 in the group? I'm looking at the score right now, and I'm saying, why not?
Yeah. This is real clean stuff. I mean, calling on the attack side, switching over now. Haven't seen too much, obviously, of the defense, but bonus round now for Sentinels. For Loud, goes without saying, a must-win round. Just
no, I think you're right about that one.
There's a bridge I might want to sell you too.
We've seen a lot of comebacks across every region.
Yeah.
But
some one-sided Valorant.
I mean, the thing is, you can never really see them coming because they inherently have to come from dominant halves like this. I think a lot of it is going to come down to how well they can work the attack side. It's a similar kind of 4-1 idea coming out from Loud. They're meeting John on the defense side, who doesn't have a snake bite. This is a pretty weak side of the map over here. I don't think John's going to stick around for too long.
Yeah, and Senna just left guessing, basically, in terms of where players could be at this point. Revealed now, though, when you see all that util flying forwards, yeah, makes it pretty abundantly clear. Plant will be going down momentarily alongside it. It's going to be calling for the Sentinels players to gear up, but all this util, lay it down, double thorns into the corner. Louder in a pretty nice spot here with a post. See how they take it. Sen don't have a lot in terms of utils. A Paranoia maybe to work with from Redux. Sees.
Yeah, nade over towards Tikazine as well.
Could be utilized. Doors opened up as well, causing distractions. It's Cortezia. That Paranoia does sweep, indeed, and that's going to be even more. So Sees and a nade potentially into the corner. Haunts overhead. Doesn't reveal too much at all. Feels like the flood in here and now, and Loud at least putting on one hell of a show. And a beautiful round for them. It is flawless, and it needed to be.
If there was any way back into this map, it would come with rounds like that. Being able to build up your economy, keep it in a really safe place, build up towards ults and start to snowball, sure. Yeah. All of that good stuff would happen, would need to happen for Loud to have a hope to get back into this game. That was a round, though, with only Bulldogs on the other side from Sen. A couple of players almost getting caught by a nice Season 8 idea. But Loud persevere, weather the storm. Come out looking good on the other side. Cortezia picks up the Odin. We actually saw him doing quite a lot of this in their most recent game. I thought maybe it was just him testing it out on Summit. But he's been inspired by Brock.
Yeah. It's a hell of a punishing gun, I think, as well. If you hard hits start coming towards you as the anchor player, playing Senti.
And of course, Brock's been doing it on more than just the initiator.
Yeah. Trying to use it to its fullest. Doors are going to be opened up, though. Keep Sentinels guessing. You can see the way that they're maneuvering their pieces, players, shifting around the map. Trying to find the right places towards where this pressure might actually be real. Louder, pumping a ton of bullets into this. They haven't actually baited out the Vice Wall.
No, it's not been a particularly successful default there over towards Seeing in terms of creating pressure or question marks. They're not threatening a lurk even. It's a passive hold over towards A from Sen. But it's exactly where Loud are going, and there's still 2-3 players here to collect.
Joan's 1 kill away from that showstopper. He's holding it down towards that blue room angle.
Well, it looks like they want to go here as well. You look at the positioning of Darker. They probably want to end B.
30 seconds left. Got to get a move on. Time now. You don't really have much else to play with. That is a seize. It's going to be sidestepped and avoided, at least for now. Jerwin hops up, and there's that kill. He's got his ult now, and there it is. Sends it flying, but immediately with a punish. Tikazine is sharp with it. Need to be rapid onto that approach, but John QT plugging up again. The gaps to flank. Managed in time. Lucho, it's all on you now, but can't adjust in time. Not there, at least with a transfer. Big player advantage still remains. Tikazine The rookie, a weight on his shoulders to see if he can find any sort of light at the end of the tunnel. Not likely. Now up to Davi. Ring around the roses here, finally reveals his position, and that is an immediate, no hesitation. Sen running straight up onto it. It's all recognized and all handled here. Can barely get themselves onto the spike in time, but Sentinels are just looking pretty fantastic. It goes without saying.
Yeah, I think Loud make it too easy for them as well. The lack of pressure, baiting out the Vice Wall, breaking the Thorns, this kind of stuff over towards C, it just means that there's too many bodies here for them to be able to get through. Even when Kazine manages to get the shutdown on the ult, they don't have the time on the clock to be able to go back to B. So that means that Darker's basically out of the round, just taking a random 1v1.
Yeah.
Hello, you need that. Joey, that's your mouse. Oh.
Yeah, those glass skates will do that. Just sent it flying.
He really did. All right, eyes on Jerwin. Can he still hit a shot after that? Is the hardware broken?
Is it all right? Or are we going to see pause the Technica?
Pause the Technica when they have 8 rounds to be able to close this out?
I mean,
please. No, I beg you. I beg you, no. Luxio's going to pick up the op here in an attempt to just change things up and find anything that works.
Surely got to be careful in a spot like this, but still just looks to gear up and take the fight. Not even posturing, just straight up. Trying to offload it here. Oh, but he skipped past it early. He's a TP forwards. No, he was tagged up, and Jonah P wasn't born yesterday. Davi straight there. This feels very much slapdash now from Loud.
But they found their way into C, and they're going to be able to get a 3v3 post plant. So, you know, the round is in no way wone here for Sentinels.
Let's see across the board. Darker, bit of individuality there in through the B side. Swinging through though, John QT. He's not messing around, is he? Pace taken towards it as he realized the plant was going down, but he's doing some damage in the process. Steel Garden. It's an unfortunate one. He won't have a pocket to play in. Just behind the pillar.
Redux that does though.
Yeah.
Managed to keep the Vandal.
Exactly, avoided it. Has a paranoia too. All baited. Time's still ticking. Bit of spam, but missing the mark on a few of these now. Sees. Dodge once more, still there with a fight. Luke Show sidestepping, happy feet, but can't really avoid much of that. John QT, the IGL now. His players are weak, but he realizes, I think, at this point, time has gotten away from him. He'll just look to see if he can make them bleed as much as humanly possible.
8 chances, down to 7 there. Loud coming into this one, trying to find a weaker C site, which they did manage to get into. Sen trying to mix up their defensive setups as well. They had a very heavy bunker setup in the previous round. Vice and Viper overlapping, mega defensive utility. This time they try to fight it a little more aggro. You know, get somebody out on mound, have the fade there with the raise. Doesn't work as well. They're going to have to take another eco. I say another eco. Might be their first of the map, essentially.
Senna being in a pretty prime spot.
Of course, with the classic eco weapon, the Odin, for Cortesia as well.
Yeah.
No, but it makes perfect sense.
Hey,
you put 4 pistols on one side of the map, 1 Odin on the other. It's about equal.
It is about equal, isn't it? Cortesia's not exactly in the right spot to potentially burst and beam them all down here to show a stopper. That one. Oh! Barely alive.
1 HP.
Yep. And a dream. There you go, exchange of the guns, no messing around.
Bogdan's law applies to Odin's?
Straight up. Straight up. Any weapon. Swap of hands, they know what the deal is. Loud, looking like they want to fight this one potentially aggressively. I mean, this position for Tikazine definitely feels like it. Tikazine's got to be careful in a spot like this. Heat potentially getting turned up.
Yeah, I like dropping back, playing a bit of a safer position. You don't want to potentially give away a gun there.
That is precarious. Doors opened up, at least covered here by Loud. And time, at this point, ticking away. I don't think Sen really have any more chances into this round, just with the nature of the Thorns being placed down. So, seeing Loud clean up the remaining players. We would like to keep these guns, though, as far as I'm aware. And, well, maybe not.
Yeah, I mean, they'll still have 3 guns to be able to play with coming out of the back of that round, but it was a little odd. I mean, Darker playing that almost as if he was Luke Shaw and was looking to try to get up his ult.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 2 ult orbs with his left there, so.
I think at the end of the day, though, you literally just have to win every round, so they're going to have their backs against the wall no matter what, and they've got the plant money, they've got the kill money, they'll be fine. Jerwin now picks up the op. Cortesia an infinite supply of these Odins. They can throw away one in the previous eco, and he's still got another to be able to work with. 6 chances for Sentinels to close this out. 6 rounds that would need to be strung together in a row for Loud to push this to OT. No big ults yet.
No.
Even if Luke Show gets his online, it's not one that you can build an entire game plan around. Maybe they could get into B and play some kind of heavy post plan, but getting into B is easier said than done.
It's false info, gives them peace of mind. Trying to be at least anticipating it with well, he's pulling all the way back towards the side, but Prowler, okay, seeing it. Signs of life now spotted. Luke Show out into the open. Wall's going to be dropping down. Redux is going to be caught. Trying to TP forwards there as a cheeky play tried to make, but Loud are aware of it, on top of it all.
Yeah, I think they've seen him do that one before.
Yeah.
Tons of pressure now on Jonah P.
Now he's going to try and see if he can put a stop and a stunt this attack approach. Loud really trying to fly forwards here, taking it piece by piece, trying to dissect most of the site. Sees up towards Heaven as well, just in case there was a player there, but they're calling for the pause and a patience played. Ah, it's not ideal. Cordesia.
That was just as the one-way went down.
Yep, still, you can just see directly underneath it, trying to at least transfer there with the Odin in hand, but now just up to Davi. And this is all over the map. Back against the wall indeed. Boombot going to be chasing him down straight at the heels. It is Sentinels winning 13-6 for our opening map. And that is one hell of a statement from them.
They close out Lotus the way that so many rounds in the first half went, pulling back what should have been an impossible player disadvantage.
Yeah.
So many mistakes from Loud across that map, and that was their map pick. They offered opportunities to Sen, and Sen were by far and away good enough to capitalize on each and every one of them.
They certainly were.
I mean, there were a couple of serious yellow, red card kind of moments there towards the end, to be honest.
We didn't have the props, you couldn't see us anyway, but
we'll be throwing them out.
They would have been, I think, here. For Loud, they've got to see if they can dig deep and battle back on the other side of this one, but it is Sentinel's map pick of Breeze coming up after this.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Take me all the way, don't make me wait.
Earns another one back up. Jonah P looking to see if he can play off the back of all this chaos. Weaving in and out past the cove. And he's found his mark, found his timing!
E vai ter pressão pra cima dele. A equipe da Cru começando o lado de ataque. Quase! Mais uma. Vem a terceira também. Tá com 10 de vida, mas ele sobe do Les!
I am here with Ewok ahead of map 2. Pretty clean on that first map, but it's got to feel good seeing John Cutie come back and everything kind of get back to order.
Yeah, it's good. As I mentioned, it was really good to have Marv, but of course it also stunted a little bit of our progress that we were making leading up to stage 2. It's good to have him back, and we actually had some time to prepare for this game, so yeah, it's good to have him back.
If you could lead into any of that progress, what is kind of a hope for the squad this year that you can achieve?
Well, of course, we're chasing top 2, right? That's the goal, and we're going to work our ass off to make sure that we give it our best shot, and that's what happens.
Love it. Good luck, Coach. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, in the return of Sentinel's IGL and the first match with the full new team, it's a pretty great start here on Lotus, especially in that first attacking half from Sen. I want to talk about that a little bit to begin, because I think the execution, the team play, all of these facets, the details that can be hard to get right, were so impressive for a squad that's only just stepping in with their full roster now.
Yeah, I think Sentinels played a lot of these rounds where they sort of maneuvered the map, found a weak side, and then it just straight up hit it. So they ended up playing so many of these post plants, Emily, just with major numbers up.
Yeah, and it worked out every time, and I feel like because they were leaning towards that C site, which you said they identified as kind of that weak spot, anytime, you know, they went into the sort of a team fight with Loud, it felt like Sentinels always came out on top just because they had the extra numbers there, whereas Loud, they were mostly playing 2 there each time, and they just couldn't get those retakes to really click for them.
Yeah, there were just also a lot of utility, I think, that Sentinel still had available to them in the post plant, whether that's John putting an orb down late in one of these choke points around the seaside or having some Vise utility. There were just endless layers to the defense.
Yeah, the way they cycled all of that too, you know, you have the Viper Orb towards that water area and then Thorns coming out, especially in those really late post plants when the bomb is like in these last few seconds. It just looked phenomenal.
It really did. On the side of Loud, though, I think that this was a pretty stark contrast. You're mentioning the positive team fighting for Sen. I think you saw a lot of the opposite, where we're seeing Loud go for a lot of pretty individualistic plays, and every time they gave one of these opportunities, Sen was just dominating them, sometimes even just in terms of individual mech.
Yeah, I think there were a lot of, like, even if you just look at the replay in that last round, there's just so many of these, like, small angles that Sentinels were playing as players are trying to come back into the site, and unless you have perfect spacing and trading off one another, you're just going to get carved up when Sentinels were shooting like they were.
Yeah, I mean, those pixel angles on that C site were brutal, especially when a lot of teams have been kind of just throwing that smoke on site and then playing those headshot angles. It's really hard to fight back into.
Yeah, what a map from John, though, returning after having to step away for medical reasons in week 1 of stage 2. He was an absolute standout for them early in the year when the team was struggling, and now stepping back into that IGL role, he's just as good as ever individually, Emily.
Yeah, and I think it really showed not even just the way he was shooting, but the calls that he was able to make. The last time we saw Sen play this map last week, they had a pretty hard time on attack. I think it was like a 5-7 half for them. And, you know, they had the right foundation. They had great reactions, great protocols, great team fights. All of that was there. This time around, though, they had the reads coming in from John QT. He was so good at identifying that C is their weak side, great at maneuvering the map and trying to bait some util out towards that A side so that they can end strong.
Yeah, I would sort of describe John's calling on Lotus in particular, very low risk generally on the attacking side. Like, you're not going to see tons of freedom from individual players to go find lurks, but what you do see is a pack mentality and a team that can adjust positioning or adjust which side they want to go off of just based on very small pieces of information the defense gives them.
Yeah, I'm wondering what you guys are expecting real quick for our map 3 here, which, or rather our map 2, which is going to be
Don't get ahead of yourself. Don't spoil the script to me.
Sorry. I was opening up for a second, but no, we're going to map 2. It's going to be Breeze. When we previously saw Sen playing on this map, they were giving us this really unique double duelist look, bringing the ISO into the mix. They played that both in stage 1 and in the EWC qualifiers. Do you think they're going to return to that, or should we expect a new look today from Sen?
I honestly wouldn't mind if they kept that. I think it worked really great for the players that they have. Seeing Redux and Jerwin kind of get a little bit more active in that dynamic duo, I think it could really throw Loud off.
Yeah, and honestly, it's just great anti-op technology. Having the shield, having the push wall, it's just so effective at making a defense player, like playing a Chamber or a Jet, doesn't matter. Like, if you buy an op, you're just kind of trolling because you're going to be taking close angle fights almost all the time. It's very good at stunting that.
Yeah, especially against a team who's playing the default double controller Jet comp, which is exactly how Loud was playing this map the last time they brought it out. I'll also say for Sen in general, anytime they're putting a map that is just letting the double duelist players shine individually is when I feel like they look at their best. Week 1 against Cloud9, they're playing the double duelist, they're letting Cortez go wild. All of that has looked so good for this squad. But Loud in a bit of a tougher position. Romanilli, he's standing by with Riv to get his thoughts ahead of map 2.
Here was Romanilli before map 2. Looking at that map 1, it kind of fell away from you. What do you feel like was the problem that the team couldn't get going?
I think mostly on the CT side, we were kind of afraid to take space, to play a little bit more with the info. We were like playing too really passive. So I think mostly that's the fix we need to do on Breeze and hopefully on the third map. From the T side was kind of like a few rounds, so it was kind of like a snowball a little bit from the CT side. So yeah, I hope we can fix that from the next match and bring the series to us.
What are you going to be telling the team?
A little bit more energy, don't be afraid to play, you know. In the end, everyone goes to Sao Paulo, so maybe like the group stage is kind of like more to adapt, know the pros and the cons of the team, and just play the game, you know.
All right, good luck, coach. Thanks so much.
Whenever I use Zowie models, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good!
Without Naya, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular!
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I like all these maps.
SEN, I would say lock.
Lock.
3 years ago, maybe. I'll go ahead and lock that in.
Drop this map.
Split lock.
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 Drop. Honestly,
I got a love-hate relationship with this map. I guess I'll have to lock this one in too.
I hated splits since the beginning of the game. Angles are
Lotus lock.
lock.
Lock. Sorry, Lotus, you have a bad spot in my heart right now. I'll go ahead and keep you though for the good memories.
Decent map. I would say we're gonna have to keep some maps in.
Haven lock.
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 Haven lock.
Another lock.
Yeah, I'll keep it lock.
Breeze lock. Another lock. Well, damn, I'm like saying lock for all these maps. Breeze lock.
Drop that. Love this map.
Sunset lock.
Maybe lock.
I like Sunset lock.
Sunset.
Sunset. Also lock. Damn. Yeah, Sunset, you're staying with me here.
Honestly, it's a pretty fun map.
Summit lock.
Lock. I'm figure. I don't got anything for summer right now. I think it's we'll keep it at lock for now.
Summit lock.
Summit, I never played, so I'm gonna skip it. Summit, drop. Goodbye.
Earns another one back up. Jonah P looking to see if he can play off the back of all this chaos. Weaving in and out past the cove. And he's found his mark, found his timing!
E vai ter pressão pra cima dele, a equipe da Cru começando o lado de ataque. Quase! Mais uma, vem a terceira também. Tá com 10 de vida, mas ele sobe do Les!
A lot to play for here if you are Loud heading into Breeze. Already getting a bit of a spoiler there. I can see one of the agents being played, which means we are going to see a different look in terms of compositions on this map for Sentinels. I'm a fan of it, to be honest. I don't think the ISO just has difficulties in certain portions, doesn't it? And looks like the meta is settling in a certain way. That is, okay, now that
no, it's not. No, it really isn't.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting that. I can't lie. I wasn't expecting that.
No, I've got to be honest with you. When I saw the Phoenix, I was thinking, yeah, no, you're right. We're going towards
Phoenix,
the 100 Thieves comp.
Neon, yeah.
The Phoenix with the Neon, with the Cypher as well. Waylay on Breeze.
It's interesting. It's interesting.
It feels like too big of a map for you to be able to get anywhere with your dash. Where are you dashing to that's going to be safe? I guess into a cove?
Yeah.
Or something like that. I am intrigued to see what Sentinel's theory is once we get onto the attack side.
What is the plan?
Defense side, I can see tons of different ideas with it, right? Like, you're using Refract early to be able to push out B or push elbow or something like
plays
that.
with it, the Phoenix flashes around the corner, things
Yeah.
like that. Yeah, just
maybe Joan will be up in a bit as well. Like, I can understand on defense, the Saturate's always good on defense as well. But on attack, that is going to be intriguing. You can use it like a jet on B because you can get into the back area, but on A, surely you can't dash all the way to Pyramid.
Well, maybe. I don't know. You can get quite a distance. I was thinking that. I don't know.
Maybe.
You'd have to test it. But
I mean, we'll get to see it.
We don't have to test it. We're going to see it. Like you said, yeah, we're going to see what the theory is, at least on the second half of Breeze. And really, we should put some emphasis, potentially respect on the name of Loud, because they are the ones who have to really find a way forwards here, because Sentinels just dominated map 1. It is now going to Sentinels map pick of Breeze, and this is a decisive game, genuinely, in the grand scheme of things. We've been bringing it up constantly. They were talking about it in a coach interview, in fact, Sentinels, about their goal is to make top 2 in their group. If you get top 2, you get to skip all that mess of play-ins entirely. You get to watch the rest of the pack, you get to watch your opponents and prep adequately at it. So that is their goal, and a win over Loud will put them in a pretty dominant position to potentially do that.
But it is going to be that early walk down with the Refract from Joan. Looking to try to get onto a slightly more aggressive line towards elbow. Does make sense that you would use the waylay for that kind of thing. Meanwhile, potential for a little bit of a trap setup from Redux as he's holding a position where he could pop and flash out. Otherwise, fairly passive on A from Sen. If you don't come towards double door, how are they going to be able to get in, I think, for free?
Yeah, we can see still going to be sent flying forwards here. I like this pathing. Different direction here for Loud. Calling for a bit of a pause, realizing that waiting for that wall to drop down. Taking up residency towards that double doors area. Now the plan can go down without really too many more problems. Sentinel's going to be playing a full-on retake here, Erde. Don't want to overstep yourself too much here, but already Joe, and that's going to be head rolling off the shoulders from Darker. Cracking shot is what I'd have to assume. Erde getting cleaned up as well into the extremities. This is not ideal for Loud. Overextending perhaps in a few of these moments, and now the kills are really just flowing and flooding all the way in for Sentinels. It's Tikazine, Navi trying to do the most they possibly can from this spot, but that is Sentinels really, it looked a little bit too easy for them, dare I say.
It certainly did. The best teams on Breeze right now are getting aggressive and active in their A post plans. However, they're not doing it one by one in the way that Loud just did. If you watch 100 Thieves, for example, on this map, they're team fighting together, swinging off each other, little duo plays, trio plays. This felt very much like just a bunch of individuals trying to catch their timings, and Sen dealt with it really well. Loud are going to need a bit more of that team chemistry to show itself if they want to disrupt Sen on the retake.
Tough times for this team.
The previous composition the Sentinels were running, arguably even better on the retake, actually, because you have the wall coming out from the ISO. Still got the Cove to be able to play around with as well. I could see more trap setups, more aggression with this one, with Redux playing the Phoenix. But for now, they're just backing up and allowing Loud the space on A.
Yeah, I'm giving them a plant, so it's a nice bit of extra money.
I mean, the thing is, they've got 5 classics here, so I don't think this is the round to judge whether Loud's post-plant aggression is going to look the most coordinated or whatever. You know, this is one of those rounds, actually, where you just want to take a bunch of timings and see what you can get done.
And they'd love to bleed a bit more time off the clock if they can, but this looks like sent forwards now. The call is made, Sentinels. The rest of the pack going to be moving now. The flash also going to be utilized and making sure that every single corner is checked. No game of timings that they could potentially lose grip of the round, and there it is, just like that, leaves it down to Darker.
That's a really good awareness from Sen as well. You notice that as John puts the shield on the Cove, they swing through it, knowing that Loud are going to be spamming that shield, right? So you know that Loud are going to be having their crosshairs kind of all over the place, in the midst of spraying, or in this situation, just spamming with the bullets. And so they instantly take that timing through. Really good defensive protocol from Sen, showing that they know what they're doing here.
One enemy remaining. Come get me like that.
But to be fair, this is roughly how Lotus started for Loud. They had a very good pistol and managed to get into a decent position.
Yeah, too early to call anything too yet, but we'll see from Loud. Bit of a 1-3-1 setup from them. That Cove puts a bit of fear into your heart, doesn't it? They look like they wanted to maneuver forwards towards double doors, potentially try and take mid, but when you see this...
Especially with a Phoenix in the comp, they could be inside of that, getting ready to flash out at any point.
Got to be careful.
You can actually greed over the A main orb as well. Redux doesn't look like he wants to play for it at the moment, but with a Harbor in your comp, you can, something that EDG do, they push their cove a little bit deeper, harden it, and you could just steal those ult orbs as the defenders.
Yeah, a bit of a flip of the script to what the teams are used to, and a lot of noise is being made here. Redux is going to get the acknowledgement that there's players behind this one. The rest of this team is going to be right there behind him, I believe. Sentinel's got players in the right positions now. They are being whittled down. Loud finding it hard pressed to even get past most of this one with the molly at their feet. Tigazine just disrespects it with a dash straight onto side, but there's another high tide. Ripped its way through and forwards. Loud. Call for silence once more.
Interesting idea from Loud. Threatening like they could have been looking through the left-hand side. That's where the ping on the map is coming from for
30
SEN.
seconds left.
But there is so little time here.
No, there's only 25 seconds left. And with the deep positions of the other SEN players, they just know it's going to be going A.
The clock was a nightmare for Loud in a couple of rounds on Lotus, and what's going on here?
19 seconds. I mean, it's a cove that's been pre-placed by SEN. It's going to be fading away now, but 13 seconds left. What is the call and what is the decision to be made? Flash forwards again. Massive connection. Kills need to be found right now, and it has to be in the form of Loud. Filling up that feed, finally getting it done. It's brute force, but again, it's still tumultuous. All over the place, really. It's the way that this one's going. Jerwin exchange the guns around. Skipping around the map, just trying to avoid most of those bullets. Loud barely getting it over the line.
That's a squeaker, man. There was 5.5 seconds left when they started the plant. And there were still bodies defending a couple of meters away from them.
Yep.
You are not gonna
so wrong.
You are not gonna get away with rounds like that all the time. They're gonna have to play it a little bit better. Okay, 6 seconds.
It's not much better.
That's tons of time.
It's not much better. It's not much better, I'll say it.
Oh. And I don't think the cut of the noise really did what Erda wanted it to do either. Like you said, they'd already pushed out through B, so they were never wondering where it was going to finish.
Jerwin, we were theorizing. Refract available.
Tukazine's opened the door on the left. This is really dangerous for Jerwin, but he can play around as long as he's got the refract active. Now it wears off and he sticks around. He's confident.
He's definitely that.
Just backing up while there's a smoke in his face.
It's good discipline here from Loud, aware the money situation. There's plenty in the bank that there could be an operator in play. They haven't seen signs of it yet, but still playing like it.
They know that Redux has the ultimate, and they know that he was holding A in the previous round. This might be a read here to try to fake A and go towards B, hoping to pull that ult out and away.
Luke Shaw. Peppered.
You don't need to commit a body behind this if it's a
no,
fake.
But they are anyway, aren't they? Trying to move forwards. Redux, though, he does have that ult at his expo. Okay, he's going to be... I mean, he needs to be defended. Cortezia, he's got it. And he's got it more when that came from, man. I mean, it's a three-piece from seemingly nowhere. Loud couldn't quite get it together. And there's that late insert of Luke Shaw. What was the play? What was the idea?
I really don't know.
30 seconds left.
I mean, it's just so odd to run a fake where you actually do push your Harbor deep into A. But there is no chance that this spike is going to be recoverable at all for Loud. What a round from Cortezia.
Yeah.
Pulling magic out there. We're looking at Redux thinking, is he ever going to be safe enough to pop an ult in this situation?
Bro's got me stuttering and stammering with the play.
Cortezia had to hold his back, and turns out, actually, Redux wasn't required. Cortezia just kills everyone alone.
Don't worry, mate. I got you.
He is having a better game as well individually than somebody like Luke Shaw that you would directly compare him to on the other side. It's darker playing the Sentinel here for Loud in this comp, but when you compare Cortezia to somebody on the other side, I think Luke Shaw's the more apt comparison personally. And Luke Shaw's had a bit of a quiet day. He hasn't been able to find that incredible form that he normally demonstrates or the good timings he finds. Instead, Cortezia's had round after round actually where he pulls stuff like this out.
Yeah.
He wasn't even the top fragger on Lotus. I think he ended up somewhere towards the bottom, and he still had some incredibly good rounds.
We're talking about it, though, is consistency.
Yeah.
He's up there.
Well, there's a lot of pressure now on Loud to deliver. Their economy's not good.
Yeah, we'll see, though. What can they do, and what have they got at their disposal? Already a ton of Utah going to be offloaded up towards this B site. Has to go their way. Has to be successful here. And now, Loud. Let's see what they got.
Nova marquinha na direita. Calma aí.
Checa a câmera quando conseguir.
Tá,
Eu coloquei uma mão close.
Vou plantar e estica o câmera.
Eu vou jogar close nesse smoke.
Eu vou smocar paredão de... Ah, não, fazendo um import.
Faz smoke.
Ok.
Eu vou colocar na direita, esquerda também. Eu vou jogar, tem um na direita. Direita na smoke, na copa.
Tá.
Ah, só vou fazer tempo pra o Davi ultar.
Mano, vai acabar. Vamos ganhar no tempo. Vai acabar esse smoke. Só zero até agora.
Tô na copa.
2 no bomb, backside, comendo. Phoenix bomb. Tem que ter choque, She spot tem 5.
Tá. Primeiro faz o choque. Não, primeiro faz o push out.
Dois
Push out.
comendo.
Baixa.
Aí, manda comer.
Matei um.
Matou o defuse.
Fechou.
Vou botar o defuse. Vai acabar a smoke, boa.
Cobre ele.
Tem que matar a planta,
Tem que matar o defuse. Matou o defuse. Ai.
Valeu,
Fez metade.
Metade. Ah, ainda tem, guys.
Não fez isso.
Oh, that half-earned prior, I mean, that just saves Sentinels there.
Down to
Tight
the
as
wire.
the timing, it really was down to the wire.
But that's a devastating round loss from Loud. They put their all into that. It had to be where they found a little bit of momentum, got a toe grip into the map. And instead, they can't get it done.
No.
2 seconds still available. The retake, the team fighting and the way that Sen swing off each other, and again, Cortesia's just raw aim. 7-1.
Not slowing down, and Loud cannot catch a break. We talked about it. They're going to have to dig deep here on Sentinel's map pick. Otherwise, it's looking like Sen are just really going to be walking away with this. A day of one-sided matches. Feels like a week at this point.
And Breeze should have been a really comfortable map for Loud. It's one that they've actually picked into a bunch of times.
Yeah.
Like, they like playing this map. They've just changed their composition in the previous, so it's not like they've got the most match experience with this exact lineup, but still, I really thought that this would be a series that was neck and neck, and instead it hasn't been at all. There's been gaps. Massive gaps between these two teams.
Now, there's some weight behind the words of Ewok when they were saying they're playing for that top 2 spot in their group.
Yeah. Well, I was confused by Romanilli's coach interview, actually. He seemed to think that everyone was going to Sao Paulo.
Bad news for you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hate to break it to you.
Case.
You don't make top 4 in stage 2, you ain't going to Brazil. Who's going to tell him?
Who is going to tell him here? It's risky business. Loud. Obviously on the eco, but that was a danger player. It's Tikazine with the blades, and can't even get the consolation kill there. No trade in sight, not with that light speed dash active. Lucho, no, the last one left, and not for much longer. It's going to be joining his comrades straight to the grave. That is 5-1 now.
And this
Sentinels are, listen, it's one-sided.
It's one-sided, and we're starting to get into similar territory that we were at Lotus, where the ults are now going to start to go out of whack too. There's one last chance here, really, for Loud to be able to use Harbor ult, maybe a Cosmic Divide or something, to put together an interesting round. And Romanilli's going to call the tag timeout to try to push that one across the line and come up with a game plan. But if they fail right now, in this very next round, the whole map might be gone. The whole series might be gone. This is their last chance to stabilize.
Big ults at their disposal. They've got to cook something up. They have to.
But the ults are also available on the other side of things too, and that's one of the things that we didn't discuss too much with the Waylay pick. But that Waylay ult could be destructive.
I mean, with how tight the time's gotten, I think, as well.
Absolutely.
You think being able to slow down, you save that in your back pocket, the plan starts going down. Just one convergent pass, you're going to be dismissing it completely.
We were really excited about this newer talent that was coming into Loud. It looked like they were rebuilding and putting the pieces in the right place. Bringing over David from Portugal as well, player that's been hanging around those up-and-coming levels of EMEA. But it's not come together today.
No.
It was Tikazine that we were more excited about, I think. But he's not had his moments to be able to dominate and take over in the way that we were expecting. It's Davi who's actually at the top of the scoreboard for Loud, but that's not actually necessarily a good sign for things here because he's 4-4.
Yeah, that's that. You're in round 7, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
That's not good at all.
They need to pick some other rounds up, and they need to be able to get themselves into like advantage spots in the post plants.
It's still early days enough, at least in stage 2. I think that we're still left guessing as to where the groups are going to be settling.
Bren, why is my Sova opping?
Is it Mimi playing? Don't know. Listen, why not? You're 5-1 up.
I think it's because Jonah just wants a passive position to rip his ult as well.
Potentially. You can see the Reckoning is going to be sweeping forwards to try and cut this away, but there it is. Sova operator.
I'll never doubt you again.
No.
He was opping, you know, for G2 previously, playing stuff like Sage.
Watching here.
Why not?
Pulled it out. They got money in the bank. Why not spend it? Cause difficulties. Darker, pretty essential kill that he needs to find here. He's got the cage potentially. What you doing, any cam? Trying to take selfies while he's in the middle of this 1v1 fight, and it gets taken towards the back of the site. Refract is even better than that. Saturate, just lay it down and defeat Sentinels. My God.
It's
Have a day off.
It's absolutely flawless.
I'm going to sit back down.
Have a day off. We haven't even seen them. This is their first day at the job.
But listen, it's in good spirits. It's in good spirits from me.
Your workers just hired somebody. They come in first day and show everybody else up. Like, yeah, bro, relax. You're increasing the standards for us.
Okay.
It's clinical. I was even wondering in this round, it's a little bit strange that Jonah P hasn't used his Hunter's Fury to stop the plant from going down. And instead, they don't need him. They've almost got 5 ults available. This is where things get out of hand, because Loud have got enough to be able to buy again, but the ult disparity is enormous.
That's the lost bonus kicking in, isn't it? It's a Cosmic Divide to try and feign like you could be going for the A split. Meanwhile, Luke Show just trying to slip the net past it, but it's John QT this time with the operator. It's time to shine, apparently.
Passing it around like a family heirloom.
Yeah. Exchanging hands all the way through, and then the Cosmic Divide is going to be remaining up for just a few more moments.
Spike planted.
Triple holding.
Triple high-low. Bullets, oh my God. Hold your breath for that.
They were triple holding, but then they smoked themselves off from the angle that they were trying to get a pick on.
Holding this one. I mean, this top bridge position has been a nightmare for them. Liberty's taken. Now we're going to see the Hunter's Fury flying forwards. High Tide as well. Going to be ripping his way forwards along with that convergent passes. An abundance of ultimates now being utilized. Pushing them back and away. Darker and Erde. Find a footing now. Step straight past that one. The unexpected timing is the best one. And the trip as well points out the positioning of quarters here, no long for the world. 6-2. Finally, another round to break up some of this momentum.
And this time, the post-plant aggression is together. They pick a timing to go through the harbor wall, but they do it together. All 3 of them. They also dodge the waylay ult, which makes an enormous difference. Otherwise, German would have picked them off easily. But look at it. It's coordinated. They're not just individuals taking their timings. They're a team. Good. Loud have remembered how to play Valorant together. They need more spots like that. Yeah, we do.
A little bit more of that, please.
Jilwin finally gets the operator.
This time back through the mid double Zhang. Dart towards the top of it. Okay, he's got a refractor peel back. The shot just going wide. John QT left as a bit of an insert, and that pit is going to be posing some problems, I think, if Loud choose to go back over towards B.
It also just means that SEN can stack 3 bodies in mid. They don't need to be too worried about putting bodies on the B site itself.
No.
Mid's a much nicer position for Redux to play in because it will let him be able to flood in and help his teammates easier.
I'm going to go for a B split here. What is the call from Loud?
The Sova op
in your face
is a brand new meta in this game.
They swapped it around for Tigazine, I think, to entry with the rifle, but... the drone spotted him. Yeah, tagged up. He didn't really know where to stand in a spot like that. A little bit too overwhelming for him. Again, the side control given up, and Jonah P, it's a hell of a fight to win. Cross map there, with Erde taken out, it takes away time pressure. There'll be no Astra util to be using in the post.
How is Redux going to feel comfortable to ult here if they don't know if someone's repushed elbow? It does feel awkward to use Phoenix here.
Yeah, he's still going to be popping this one off now, along with more ultweather at it, but that's letting him up across the side. Darker pushing forwards as post-plant aggression, paying off now for Loud. Darker being that difference maker. 2v3 though still. Jonah P rapidly approaching from the flank and finally reveals his hand. A lot of noise being made, but the time is ticking away and just tucking to the side, dodging and weaving. Luke Show, 3 kills in a round for him. Lays it underneath his name.
Loud are picking themselves up here. This has now been 2 rounds in a row where they managed to deal with a difficult situation and then put together some coordinated post-plant aggro. Good clearance on Cortez here. SEN not actually helping their teammate enough in that situation, probably. And the flood defense not coming through in the way that they would have liked it to. Redux getting shut down on his Phoenix ult super early. Very aggro angles that Loud were holding.
And that post-line aggression is really the key to it, to be honest. The way that Loud have put these rounds together.
Yeah, it's the big thing in the meta right now. If you're playing Breeze, you can't just let the defending team set up the perfect retakes on you. You've always got to be trying to disrupt it.
Gearing up here. It's an attack side operator, Tigazine. Orb timing. Up and down. He doesn't get to choose it, though. Cortesia.
Trying to get Joe-Win posted on a really deep angle on the other side, but the timing picked now to pop into B.
Slaybider's going to be dropped down preemptively. Cortesia. Okay, he's nice. He's good with it. I'm just going to flash through and around, but there's going to be walls and smokes in your face now. Redux, a second wave of things, throwing out the util. There's no plant intact just yet. Loud are still gearing up, trying to get their bearings. I think in the midst of all of this one, calling for that pause and a bit of patience to be played. Storm Surge leveled all the way out here. Fights to be taken on multiple fronts, and still Darker. This time accounted for. Cortesia not stopped, still locking it down towards the back of this site with Jonah P as the reinforcement. What can this team do? 11-3. Might be that 12th one. Davido has something to say about it. Shuts it down entirely, but just steps way too far. Way too wide. Joe-Win had it accounted for.
I like this approach from Sentinels. They come in behind that high tide, flood 3 players into the site, and Loud don't really have an answer for it. Don't have a way to be able to get through the wall. Get stuck. Cortesia has just been immaculate. The aim is so clean, so crisp, very controlled. He's just been racking up kill after kill every time they come to his site. He's dominating, 11-4. Across 10 rounds.
You've seen this one before.
Toxins going up.
Here it comes again, Harbor all into B, and they are trying to push forwards into this.
This is an aggro hold towards the into choke point. Now, I reckon he might just skip past a multitude of these players. Redux trying to insert himself in through the smoke, spraying away, but he lost track of where all these players are. Same can be said on the other side of things. Cortesia again announced himself to the conversation. Just causes enough concern, John QT. And slipped up on there.
Oh, he's fast with the movement reaction, though.
Yeah, gets out. But fast onto the flank as well. He goes both ways. Luke Show, what is that? Plenty of players accosting the position. The tag, though, is great. Jonah P.
Oh, what a
preemptive where that movement was going to be. Luke Show now inside this. What a timing to take. And now it's just down to that 1v1. Luke Show again. He's done brilliantly in a spot like this. Has to swap around the guns. Doesn't know where John QT's position could be. Now to defuse. Stuck down. Half earned already. But it dissipates away. 7 bullets remaining. That's all Luke Show's got to deal with. Now knows he's off of it. Still another tab. John QT is no more. Turns to ashes. And spread out to the win there. It's a Red Bull clutch. Earned up from Luke Show. Necessary stuff.
That's the Luke Show takeover round that we've been waiting for. It's taken a map and a half. But this is the kind of miracle round that he pulls out of absolutely nowhere. After Jonah P is distracting for the other flank to come through, the 90-degree flick to whack an opponent and then take it timing through a smoke is crazy.
Absurd selection of kills.
Yeah, there's also a big difference in attitude there, isn't there? Luke Show's giving it, and John's got the confidence to smile back at him.
Aggro play off the rip outside of B main. Calls for that fast reaction. Loud, they make the right move with it. The snake bite dropped down because he's got to be careful here. He wasn't vulnerable up, otherwise he would have been done in just then and there. Gets him a bit of a pocket to play in and gives some entirety to side control over towards A. But again, that post-line aggression, we've been calling it out. It's been essential. The way that Loud have been winning these rounds, and they want to take it one step further forwards. Now, towards the back of it, though, plenty of players now, and Redux just not quite ready for that fight to be taken. Joe-Win, though, does at least respond. Turns it into that 4v4. Dart finally broken, dealt with, tip-tapping away. Got to see it straight there, but he is taken out once more. Tigazine, 10 HP, barely anything at all. One bullet to the chest, finally bringing him down. And Darker, late to the party. He's got a lot to do from a spot like this, and unfortunately, looks like Sentinels have an inclination as to where he could be seen and playing. There's Clove, perfect to play around here. No kills going his way whatsoever. 8 rounds is what it's going to be here for Sentinels.
John's done such a good idea of just staying alive in a lot of these rounds, so there's always Cove diffuse pressure towards the late round. That's what made Luke Show's clutch in the prior so impressive, the way that he played around that. Honestly, I don't even mind this round from Loud. They at least push up together, they at least trying to take the fights together. I think Sen just got the read and outclassed them. Better team fighting. But Loud did start to get into things a little bit there. It's still them on the wrong end, though, of an 8-4 half.
Right now, we're going to take a walk from the players' room in their POV to Howling Abyss, where they're playing today. So let's check it out. The players will be getting ready for the day. They exit their playing room, and then you head down the player hallway, where normally a lot of players are hanging out here in the morning, going back and forth to their room to practice, to interviews along the player tapestry here that has quite a few of the teams on it. You head by a few of the production rooms, and this is exactly what the players see as they're making their way towards that game time to make sure they can get to Howling Abyss, which are the doors right in front of me, right there. Now at this point, the players do stop. They line up for a moment. They get checked out before they head into Howling Abyss and get into the action, which we're gonna check out right now.
Wait, 4 is what we're staring at here. 4 rounds that have been scraped together by Loud, and the question is it going to be enough? They're up against a Sentinels team that are looking like they really haven't taken any time off whatsoever. The break was used well and truly towards their favor.
I think, though, this is the half where I've got questions about Sentinel's theory with this composition. It's a weird comp to see on Breeze. The Waylay in particular, I think, is the part that I find most unusual.
Yeah.
And what is the pathing going to be for Jerwin? Is he going to be trying to get inside of smokes? Are they going to be using the cove to create a little pocket for him to get into? Are they going to try to contact up before popping? In what way are they going to use the Waylay to justify the pick over something like, for example, a Jet or a Neon?
Well, early days yet here for stage 2. I mean, these stats, though, are just someone else, really. Sentinels pissed around demons, apparently.
I think it helps that they won every single one against Cloud9.
Oh, yeah.
But again, credit to them. They weren't even playing with their full team there.
Here. Take flight.
Let's see if they can keep that trend going.
So Jerwin going through tunnel to start off. Being escorted up there by Jonah P with his utility, but taking a bit of a counter tag of his own, has to back up. So initial game plan requires some adaptation for Sen.
That's a dash still, though.
Fall back here.
Now we're going to see it. What is the goal? What is the game plan? It is a cove, just to play in with the one-way. Up towards the top now. Jerwin dropping down, but there is a pocket to play in, and Erde unaccounted for, but now spotted and seen. Jerwin,
did he not hit the drop?
He's just late insert, and they do need to clean him up at some point, but this guy, surely you can't be letting him get away with all of this. Finally dealt with. Meanwhile, play was being made, and Sen is still scattered a little bit here, but a prior damage done. Redux will be at least finished off. Now we're going to see this one taken. 3v3 into the pistol. It is chaotic, don't get me wrong.
That is so bizarre. I mean, the original pistol round idea must have been to have some kind of B fake and then work their way into lurk positions. But actually, the spots are not that deep for Sen.
No, 30 seconds left. The spike is in spawn, hasn't left. You got to get a move on.
This one might be a rare John QT overcook, burn down the kitchen round.
Uh-oh. I hope you have house insurance.
Tigazine will have a chance, maybe, to stop this, but the wall should allow them to get in.
Yeah, well, enough fuel in the tank, but you have 14 seconds left again. This could just be spoiled immediately with Tigazine claiming that kill. Darker in through mid. There is no more worries now, and that plan has to be committed. Tigazine knows how to play it. Just run him down and claim the kill. 3 in the round. Added to the tally, added to the total. A pistol round, upsetting and bucking the trend the Sentinels have been relying on.
I don't think that came down too much to the composition that they were running there. That was just a really elaborate pistol round attempt that I think the execution got a bit messed up on. It might have even been the case that Jerwin got so much value on that fake B insert, yeah, that he started, you know, adjusting, calling an audible off the back of it. Loud will probably be confused off the back of that, but so was I. All right. Cove as a progression smoke to be able to take some space. This is what you often see these Harbor teams do. Really difficult to play aggro B main into that kind of pressure, and it's going to allow Redux to just gobble up these ult orbs at B.
Yeah.
Fundamentally good way of being able to play the ecos, take the risk, take the ult orbs, set yourself up for an important next round.
Makes a lot of sense. Teams have gotten quite good at this, I will say. Should always be thinking about it, but it's a real priority, I think, when you're playing these Phoenix comps. You've got to get that ult online ASAP.
He's actually making his way back over towards A main as well. That was a headshot.
That's nice.
Didn't need to be.
He didn't need to be, but listen, sharp.
Redux was making his way over for that second ult orb of the round.
Get access to this one here. Tavi, hold on. Gun doesn't really do the job there, but Ode still not accounted for towards the back of this pillar. Jumping in and out, buying time for the rest of his team to get involved in the action. Just a 2-round lead now for SEN.
It's clean. But now we get to see rifles online. And SEN have only shown us one extremely convoluted round, actually, so far from John. His attack side calling, though, is brilliant. I say John. Normally those pre-planned pistol rounds are actually more of a collaboration with the coach at the very least.
Yeah.
It's not like John's calling that one on the fly. Loud's comp, with the addition of this Cypher, which is something that they've, recently added back in, it's going to be a little tough to get through.
SEN, there's no messing around here. This is a full usage of the util. Full kit, really, from the Waylay. He's way ahead of most of this one-way now, and he's still taking fights towards him. Loud didn't stand a chance against it. The raw aim, the hot hand, it hasn't slowed down at all. Tigazine, though, just with that Sheriff. Finds himself one, but that counter spam finds a target on the other side.
Luxio and John have got such different identities when they're playing the Harbor. Erda with it all to do. 1v4. They took a risk trying to refight into A main, and they've left it all on their IGL shoulders.
Only with the Bulldog. Just 6 kills in a 1v4. Time ticking down here. He'd love to do some economical damage. Seems to be potentially the goal. Spray just not quite intact enough here, so Jerwin.
He's going to get ult online off the back of that as well.
Yeah, I
think he'll be pretty happy. So Luxio is a more aggressive player on the Harbor, but you saw John get so much value on defense just by staying alive and creating that diffuse pressure with his Cove. Luxio's a more aggro guy in general than John is, but dying by refighting to A main, I think, is that's a yellow card offense at the very least.
It's a bold move.
And yes, it's on a bonus round, but it is the kind of thing that Luxio will do in general on a little more than you'll see from other people. Of note as well was that Joan just burnt the dash and refract instantly at the start of the round for A main control.
Yeah, they used everything really, the full kit of Waylay, just to make sure that they could take that A main control with no trouble.
So I guess what that means is they're just relying on the walls to walk out A. They're just going to walk out behind them.
This time, just a drone is going to be used. Gives them that peace of mind. Out of runner back is going to be sent flying forwards. Redux happy to be the tip of the spear for the team. Stickerzine will take him out though. That needs to be accounted for. Sidestep for now, but that conversion pass, we're talking about it, the danger of it. Not going to be taking a double dash into the back of the side, despite the fact that they collected a couple of players corralled into the back.
And Luxio mollied him.
Unknowns across the board here. Tigazine at least there alongside it. A rifle aim as well. Spam over the shoulder. Tigazine barely getting out. 1 bullet left to really play around with. And even with that adjust, Bladestorm now active. Pulls him out. Raring to go. Pause called for, but not a plan. At least committed. Jonah P. 2v3 for them. SEN were winning a multitude of these player disadvantage situations on Lotus. See if they can do it again here and now, but this feels like a very different setting. Loud are gearing up for it. John Tito dismissing his adversary, gliding to the side though. Quick dash, and even quicker thinking. Tigazine slips his way around. Same could be said for Jonah P. Just trying to take this gamer timings, moving his way across. He's missed it with a jump up. Moving around to the side, the blade just going ever so wide. Still that damage is done, and the tar potentially there, but it's being collected with that kill. Tigazine, the player to count on, the rookie stepping up for his squad.
A takeover round for Tigazine. Huge to be able to put that one on the board. Similar to the round that we saw from Luxio earlier, individually just being able to go crazy. And bailed out by Luxio in that moment. Probably should have been caught dead to rights by Joan earlier on. The Waylay ult just caught him. 2 players towards the back of Pyramid. And Luxio from a passive position was able to throw down his molly and cause the duelist player of SEN to have to refract. And this is
one play.
This, I think, is where the Cypher is really tricky to get through. In theory, I think your Waylay wants to be going B quite a lot. And your Phoenix as well can go and gather orbs towards B. Like, I think this should be the side of the map that SEN want to favor with their sight pops. But it's also the side of the map that Darker's just going to be layering down spiderweb traps.
Yeah, I mean, that one is it's devious.
Yeah.
Drone for a bit of mid-round information here. It's going to be used out towards Nest. I believe broken. Does get acknowledgement though that there are players waiting in through mid. SEN now going to be sending it flying forwards. They have about a minute left. This high tide goes All the way cuts through into main. Tigazine has to make a decision here, and now dash towards it. He will be punished. It was right there with the trade. Luke Shaw trying to play these angles, but Cortesi again, he's straight onto it. The perfect line for it to even it out into a 3v3.
Another Luke Shaw's dead. That means no Cove pressure for the defuse. They're not as worried. They can back off, even though Urda has a smoke to be able to play around.
Yeah, all the way back into the main. It's good protocols. Then Urda can play this one to potentially bleed out some time on a clock.
Does Urda have a star coming back off cooldown, or has he used his last one?
Preemptively sending Yuto flying forwards. Snake by to land, but Loud player's not even really in position, just looking to see if they can paint a clearer picture.
Yeah, he does have one.
Yeah, star back online. This has to be covering a lot of this one now for the defuse to come online, but these shock darts are going to be raining in. The post plant played for a lot of damage now, and it's going to be that spray of bullets. It comes down to sheer chance. Erde catching a bullet, half earned onto the defuse already, but it's just down to Davi stepping forwards again. Time firmly against it, and it's John QT quick with the cleanup. 10 rounds now up. 4 Sentinels.
They've got a great idea of how they want to play. I'm really impressed with how much of it is just coming fluidly to SEN over the course of this game. You called it out in the moment, but the decision that as soon as the Harbor is dead to fall back into these disciplined, passive post-plant setups. I said earlier that post-plant aggression is the way to play at the moment on Breeze, but that all changes when the Harbor goes down.
Yeah.
Because suddenly they don't have a good way to be able to retake and apply a ton of pressure to the defuse in the same way. And the awareness to be able to read that situation and navigate it says a lot for the prep that SEN have done and the work that Ewok and John have done. They've crushed Loud's economy again here.
Let's force the issue. Another timeout to be taken here for Loud. Trailing by just 3 rounds. It is still within touching distance in terms of being able to go even and level, but like you mentioned, the money is broken once more.
Yeah.
In all likelihood, it's going to be Sentinels up to 11.
I think that one is absolutely critical, the round that we've just watched, in terms of being a momentum flipper.
Yeah.
It's going to be very tough for Loud to get back into this game. And the burst out through double doors in that round, showing some of the value of the Waylay. Jerwin did go down fairly quickly, but getting traded out and creating some space for the rest of the team to be able to get in and through. This is one of those rounds that SEN are going to recognize they have an eco advantage. Loud have got to take risks. Weapon in Luke Show's hands and to Kazine's. Both of them on the A side of the map, miles away from a SEN player that they could have any impact on.
Big group up here.
Dangerous in case it's a stack, but that's what the drone's for.
Shorty in hand. Ode looks to take a timing, but there is a level of awareness that is there. They realize it and recognize it. It was called out at least. And now that backside player, Darker, potentially could have played spoiler, but he is mopped up. That's it, no more danger onto the B site.
No.
Loud are going to be fast onto the flank, but it's a rapid plant, so...
It would have to be one of those individual magical rounds from Tukazine.
Oh, and Jonapi barely alive. He's lucky to be alive, to be honest, and gets the information. Those where 2 of them might be, and look at Kudazia. I mean, already his mouth is popping off, rattling out commands, the information that he's hearing. Scurrying of the footsteps from these players.
Tukazine is just saving the gun.
Yeah, just peel backing away, isn't he?
I mean, that's...
No intention to play into this one.
A little bit surprising, to be honest with you, but fair enough, he's still got light armor and a Vandal. But
so
I think
SEN up to 11.
I think giving that one a little bit of a go might have made some sense, especially with Luke Show being able to have a Guardian in the mix. No matter though, a 4-round lead for SEN. I was just looking at the money there to see, did Savin allow him to be able to get an op online? Does anyone have the cash for it? No. No threat of an operator on the defense side. Not something that Tukazine has access to at all. And SEN have massive ults to be able to play around. I think both Harbors, you've got the microscope on these 2 guys right now. The Harbor ult in the back pocket. How do they use it? Is it a set play coming out from SEN? They're worried about the game main aggression.
Yeah, I mean, you see that star placed down onto the orb, you get worried.
It's actually mid where Loud are creeping.
Forwards again. Cove is going to be leveled up. This door, hold on, burst open. You might be surprised here, Jonah P. Drone's going to be sidestepped. He's lucky they weren't. Potentially a bit more forwards there, but
he backs it up.
And switch.
He had Joen holding his back, though, as well. So even in those moments of danger, SEN have got ideas of ways of mitigating it. And now that they know people were pushing down mid, it makes it less likely that Loud were also pushing A main. But they still don't want to risk it. With the drone gone from Jonah P, they'd have to invest a ton of waylay utility just to clear that area. Instead, looking to back over towards B, hoping that Loud have kept this as the weak side of the map because it's where Darker is playing.
More contact or silent plays now, walking up steadily.
Does Dickerzine get any information to continue walking elbow?
Elbow, here's it with the flash. That's surely going to be calling for rotations potentially now, but now you see it. Tons of util where that came from. Double dash now up and towards the over. Darker. He's got his aim well trained up towards that ceiling angle, but he's going to be traded momentarily now. Now Hunter's Fury up towards Nest. Davi. He's going to be sending it. Beams of light just scattering over towards the side, hoping for that connection. Players barely missing each other. We're going to see ults on ults now. They're reckoning again, sweeps forwards, but Redux, even though he's accounted for, he's still finding the damage because that peel-out, bail-out util. Saturate was perfect. Jerwin leveled it on down as that flood attempt was made. And just like that, it should be Sentinels up to 12.
Davi's got no chance in this one. 1v3 where Jonah P still has Hunter's Fury at the back. Best case scenario, he just forces it out.
Yeah.
And he's got no money. He's got 200 credits in the bank. He's got to save the Vandal. It's another scenario where SEN have been able to play off each other beautifully. The saturate from Joen could not have been better.
No.
Landed onto both players.
It's perfect.
At the exact time that Redux took contact.
Oh. Davi might not even be lucky enough to keep this rifle into the next tier. Piece by piece, it gets harder and harder.
The net is tightening.
He's loved to survive with the gun. Barely surviving. But it's a consolation prize, isn't it?
Take a look at this one over again. Oh,
it's perfect.
It absolutely
really
is.
Right as the pressure is being applied, and Redux just needs that bailout.
And we were asking, what is the value of the waylay on your attack side? Well, it seems like it's great for disrupting the retake. That one was immaculate. Dickerzine finally has enough money for the op.
Tested potentially here. It's Sentinel squaring up. 5 players leading over towards it. The drone's going to be taken out momentarily. Flash, though, just disrespected. Long range of the util sailing overhead. Now with that orb to see if they can dig a little bit deeper.
Good lineup.
It's got a little bit too wrong there with a lineup. Yeah, not too sure what was going on. Still Redux taken out, but Sentinels filling it all up now. There's blood spilling out into the pyramids. Laying claim to the site. Potentially the round and potentially the match with it. The pit, an extra element. As that blight pours out, what chances does Loud even have?
Oh, what a pit as well. It covers the spike and gives him a safe pocket to play in. John dancing around this cove.
Tiniest of angles gives him the advantage in a fight like that. Crouched up, the Neural Theft at least pointing it out, but it's all for nothing. It is absolutely immaculate from Sentinels. 13-7. You cannot be angry at all at their performance there. It is an amazing showcase of John QT back in the lineup.
Your first opportunity in Stage 2 to see this full team, and they look amazing. They really do. You know that Loud are not pushovers. You just saw them last week do a great job of handling crew, and now SEN just wipe them away. They were better in almost every metric of what we watched today.
It might leave us with even more questions about what the strength of the group even is. How high can Sentinels go as a team?
Yeah, what is this ceiling? I'm so excited now to see SEN take shots at other teams that we otherwise would have thought were perhaps a bit too high for them.
Yeah, unassailable perhaps.
100 Thieves and G2 should really, I think, have this group locked up. And suddenly a challenger emerges.
Yeah, Sentinels. They said it. Their goal is set on trying to make top 2 in their group to skip through the play-ins, past it, get an opportunity to see what opponents they might be playing against and go all the way to playoffs.
Yeah, you do not want to be running into Kaplan, Karyu, M80 in play-ins. They would love to have that top 2 position and go straight to playoffs.
It'd be one hell of a narrative, honestly, if we did end up seeing that match being made, but they are playing determined. Looking to see if they can take it all the way. Sentinels.
It was great. Good ideas, good protocols, clearly great usage of the time off. And John's individual stuff and his calling was all lovely. He did miss that lineup in the final round, though.
got the round done though, didn't it? I mean, listen, a lot of didn't really
hit
play
the
a
VOD
part.
review.
Let's sit it down for the Verizon post-match interview. I can see Riv, he is standing by.
I am here hanging out on the winner's side. I can feel the glow coming down. There's just so much wind today coming from Sentinel. But looking at how your role has been on the team, Jonah, you've been here for a while. Now you're settled in. Is there anything you've picked up for sure in calling or settled in other ways?
Yeah, I would say so. I think I learned a lot from Ewok, different style of coaching from Josh and, from me and the IGL. And there's a lot of things that I brought, and there's a lot of things that we've learned together that I've implemented. So overall, it's been super, super easy.
What's one of those things?
One of those things? Let me think. I'm fresh off a win. It's hard. Honestly, just being kind of like Pacific play style, with more fast strats, and I think that's one thing my previous team kind of struggled in the past is dealing with hectic stuff. So cool. it's not perfect, but we're getting better at it.
Well, that's nice. Thank you. Best. Good luck. All right, Cortezia, you're kind of frying out there today, my man.
You like it? On Brizzo was frying.
Yeah, it was feeling pretty good. What has it been like coming in this season? Being kind of feels like at the top of your game. Is there more room?
I think there's a lot of more room. I feel like the pathing we're going as a team and everyone individual, it's pretty good. I think we're sure in the right pathing.
All right, how are you feeling overall?
I'm feeling great. My boy John QT is back. My beautiful IGL. I miss him so much. We have such a good vibes, me and him. So today, everyone just flowed. Everything just flowed for us. So it was good.
Perfect. Good luck moving forward. Appreciate it. Jarwin, I'm gonna touch on you real quick, man. Ace in your first game, and that was without John Cutie. What was it like having him back here and shot calling back in? Even more comfortable?
It definitely felt a lot easier with him. Leading us how we did all year before, and everything just felt so much smoother.
All right, man. Thank you so much. Have a good one. Best of luck moving forward. We now have Redux and John QT hanging out over at the Smoothie Bar. So let's check it out.
That's right. Welcome to Match Point. We got John. We got Redux. John had to step away for week one. You're back here. Get a nice quick 2-0 win. What was it like being back and getting a chance to call for the new team in a VCT match for the first time?
Feeling good. I really missed it. Kind of took things for granted before, but I feel like I kind of appreciated it and just wanted to make sure to have fun. I don't know. I felt like my first time on stage, I was kind of giddy, just excited to play, and everyone did so great. I'm proud of everyone. Yeah.
Yeah. What was it like for you having him back?
It's good. Definitely. You don't know what you have until it's missing.
Chills.
So I'm glad for him to be back, recovering well, thank God. And you appreciate me, man?
I appreciate you so much.
Thank you, man.
So wholesome. Wow. What a moment. Well,
I don't hear it that much, so.
What?
This is a special moment then that we've witnessed. We have a little game for you guys that we wanted to play. We know you're good at locking in on pixels in the server, so you should be able to do that outside as well. It's a game called Focus Up. Simple rules. We're going to show you an extreme close-up shot of a Valorant agent. You're going to have 3 chances to guess which agent it is.
Okay.
Pretty simple, eh?
Okay. Oh.
All right. Let's show the first one then. And take a look at this.
I'm usually bad at these, so let's see if the surgery helped me.
Okay.
Sage.
Oh, it is Sage.
Sage? Wow. What made you so quick on that? Just you can see the bit of hair there?
Blue.
I think it's the ice thingy, right? The new particles?
I see some blue at the top left.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
And dark hair, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we're going to give you a slightly more detailed picture.
Oh.
To reveal that.
ISO.
Oh, ISO.
I said it first.
Really? Nope. Not ISO.
What?
Actually? There's low-key a glare here. Kind of grief, no?
No, it's not
Blue?
ISO. I give you one more image.
What the?
Let's zoom out.
Harbor.
Oh, bro.
Harbor.
The blue was bait. There was blue
I
there.
thought, to
Was
be
that
honest,
zoomed in on his shoulder?
yeah, I thought it was going to be the face.
I'm not
Yeah,
gonna lie,
me
I
too.
agreed with you guys. On the
Yeah.
first one, I thought it was the corner of her hair
Yeah,
and
yeah,
then her
that's what,
face.
yeah, that's what I thought.
But there he
Yeah.
is. It was Harbor in the end. Okay. Got another one here for you that we can pull up.
Oh, so any part of the body, okay.
It could be anywhere on the agent. That's correct. So
Okay.
let's show the second one here.
Yep, I think we're gonna need that. Enhance.
Brimstone.
Enhance.
A brimstone guess.
Breach.
Enhance.
Vito. Boom.
Is it Vito?
No.
Okay, it's someone's feet, and I'm not
Yeah.
usually aiming at those.
What do you think, Redux? Is it Vito?
I think you would know.
ISO.
ISO is your guess.
Some boots? I don't know.
Let's zoom out and
Reach?
see.
Oh,
That's
Oh, Fade,
not, guys.
Fade.
Vice?
Fade?
Fade or Viper?
It's Fade.
Ah,
Nice job.
bro.
He was locked in on that one.
Yeah, okay.
You could tell by the calves.
There she is.
All right.
In entirety. We have one more final one here to take a look at. I want to see if you guys can get one in one.
ISO.
ISO. Just guess it.
really
ISO
love
every time.
I think he saw the purple and it was like
Bro,
ISO.
You stopped
Astra?
playing ISO on the Breeze
I'm
comp.
gonna say Vito.
Vito. There is purple in there, but it's not the ones you're guessing.
It's
Zoom it
possible.
out a little
Purple
bit
Vice.
more.
Oh,
Do you have it?
Oh, Vice.
I don't have it, but
Is
they
it?
sound pretty confident in the Vice pick.
Vice
Isn't
is
it like
good.
the back of the Vice?
Is it Vice?
Doesn't sound like it is.
It's not
Really?
Vice. We can zoom out again.
Oh.
I honestly don't
It's
know. This
impossible.
one's a
Jet,
challenge.
jet, jet,
Oh my
jet.
god.
Omen,
It's
Omen,
Omen.
Yeah.
Omen.
You can see like
Oh,
the squiggly
bro,
of
I'm
his smokes.
trolling.
You need to be calm aim.
Yeah.
You're like, ugh. You react too fast. Chill.
That's
Seen
'cause
two-
I saw
Okay, it's kinda hard
the
with my
bell,
bar.
so like, you know.
Another moment of sage advice, though, from you to him. Good job, guys. Thanks for playing along. We're going to be back tomorrow for our final two matches of the weekend. Envy taking on Leviatán. Furia going up against MIBR. Out of those four, any teams really standing out to you guys right now?
I just want to see how consistent
Envy
MIBR
in a
can
bad
be.
way.
Envy in a bad way, okay.
They're standing out, but I think they'll do better. I feel like they will do really better. I think it's a hard ask for them against Lev, obviously the Masters London champ. And I think MIBR are getting a nice rhythm. They kind of threw last Breeze, but to be honest, they're on the right path. In my opinion.
Is there any of those teams that you would want to play, Redux?
That would want to play?
Yeah.
For sure, MIBR and Lev.
Just trying to prove yourself against some of the best? Huh?
Yeah, and then Furia.
Yeah?
I want all of them, actually.
What about Envy?
He just wants to play games, folks. Look at you, want Envy. Why is that?
No, I'm asking him.
Oh.
Why not Envy?
Why not Envy? I mean...
It's your boy Knights there. Cuba?
Yeah, but I don't want to, he's my little bro, I don't want to...
He wouldn't want to do it to him.
Yeah.
You'll take any
Fair
other
enough,
team,
fair
though.
enough.
You guys
Yeah.
have the rest of the week off. I'll see you back next time. Congrats on a second win here
Thank
for Sentinels. Make sure you guys tune in tomorrow for some more matches. And in the meantime, here's your Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
Get the new jerseys.
New jersey!
Plug the jerseys.
Both of these teams have a fair bit of pressure on their shoulders, not just because of the fandom, but because of qualification scenarios. That Outlaw hasn't found any purchase, but it's Leaf chiming in with that Phantom. Oxy as well, tapped up himself, and here comes Leaf, looking for another one. That's going to be on Jack to go 1 2.
Oh my god!
But man, G2 happy to get a dominant win, get the confidence going.
You're committed to this. Look at the slow orbs behind you now. Vic wants to come forward, and Baby Bay is simply not ready for it. Guys.
The Vic is up top there, brother. Is sick from Vic getting that ace.
Wow.
Gets exposed, and yeah, they want to leave. I'm not mad at this, but they have to deal with Leaf, and they can.
2 massive kills there for Leaf, and Jack just runs in when he realizes that the jig is well and truly up. Oh, look at them. They just walk up into the site.
That's ridiculous.
That is rather pacey, I must say. Oxy's been taken down a jaw already. He's found his way to that place. G2 are still on their worst day, looking like a quality outfit.
Sen versus Loud, though, this is a match that has stakes. It has importance. He's having to take risks here. He's way ahead of the door, just tries to take the fight forwards now. Jonah Pete, 50 health to work with here, but he is shutting the door in their faces. Redux to play up that pressure once more. They're going to call in for the pause and a patience play. It's not ideal. Cordesia trying to at least transfer there with the Odin and Hammer now just up to Davi. Back against the wall indeed. This Sentinels winning 13-6 for our opening map. Redux though, he does have that ult. I mean, he needs to be defended. Cordesia, he's got it. And he's got it more when that came from. Goes both ways. Luke Show, what is that? Show now. Inside this, what a timing to take. And now it's just down to that 1v1. Junk UT is no more. This is going to be that spray of bullets. It comes down to sheer chance. Erde catching the bullets. Half earned onto the defuse already, but it's just down to Davi stepping forwards again. John QT with the cleanup. It is absolutely immaculate from Sentinels. 13-7.
Ice cold, I want it, I want it. Ice cold, ice cold, I want it, I want it. I want it. Drop. Ice cold.